think I'm good. Hello, and welcome, gamers. It's another day, 13 days actually, till the update, which is pretty good. Got a little bit, around 2 weeks, to test our metal and see what we can do. It's very early, so I don't know what our brain's capable of doing this early, but we're gonna figure it out together. I might actually do spiders today. I think I've been talking about spiders for like a month now, but I'm feeling it. I think I might need to do them. Let's see where sandcastle's at. Got this. Oh, I need to do the actual animation for that. I can probably start with that. And then we gotta do the water animation. Okay. Holiday season grind. I could probably do a progress bar too, to showcase how far you are. And then I probably can test the progression of the tower and see if I need to make it less or more. It already feels like kind of too much to do. Yeah. Maybe a little progress bar would be cool. How do I want to do that? Hello, Brent. How are you? How's your sleep? It just snowed for us last night, so the temperature dropped significantly, which is good because after it snowed, I was like, okay, I gotta check all the empty rooms and make sure they're not gonna freeze over and all the pipes freeze or anything. You tried. Sounds like you did try, man. Sounds like you did try. Do you like wake up easily to sounds or anything like that? Or is it just the mental battle? I probably need to exercise a little bit more than I have been, but I've been grinding other stuff, so we'll have to prioritize some exercise later. That's probably what I'll do. That's definitely going to help my sleep schedule personally. It's okay, we can still get things done in a state of fatigue. It just might be at a slower pace. You just sleep around 12 to 1. I wake up around 8, 8:30 for a week. But this week I've been all over the place. Yeah, it does sound like it, man. I mean, yeah, that's crazy, dude. My sleeps are hours at a time. Interesting. And is your like wife bothered by that or anything? I don't know if you guys live together or anything like that. But because my girlfriend, she's a really late sleeper. We call her the night owl. Her time schedule is crazy, but her work is earlier, so let's see here. I guess I should look up sandcastle. So far she's alright with it. It's only for a week, I guess. Okay. Yeah, anything later than a week, then she'll start to be concerned. What are you doing? Who's this weird American guy you're fascinated with? No. I'm gonna be back in about 15. Yeah, no problem. Have a good time. Didn't do it earlier when I was sleeping. No problem at all, dude. Yeah. Have a good walk. I'm debating if I want to exercise on stream too. I might do that later. Yeah, she did make a sarcastic comment about it, I figured. Tell her to get in the stream, dude. We're looking for viewers. We can always add another one. You guys can, no. No, that's good. Have fun with your dogs. Actually, what kind of dogs do you have as well? I do want to know that. If you know the breed or if there's some eccentric mix, I am curious. Two toy poodles. That's awesome. Super cool. My sleep is terrible too right now, Brent. Damn, Jazz is up early too. Oh shit, man. Yeah, how are you feeling better, Jazz? It's almost Friday for your payday, right? So you can get your Path of Exile too. Yeah, no problem. We'll see you in a bit, Brent. Be back in a second. I've never seen anyone use BBS, but that's what I'm assuming it means. Be back in a second. Or be back soon, actually. That makes more sense. Or it could mean something else. Could be big black souls. The vertigo is gone. That's good. That was very good, Jazz. I'm glad the vertigo's gone. And I want you toppling over down the apartment stairs. You're incredibly tired, yeah. We're all fatigued today. I'm feeling a little fatigued too. I'm going to take a nap later. But we got to do this first. We got to show up. Now we can remove this. Yeah, okay. I do want to do this artist block level too. It's kind of funny. But let's work on sandcastles. What do I want to do here? So it would be helpful to have a progress bar. Maybe I'll just start by lowering the numbers, because they're quite high. Let's do 3. Let's just do it by 1 each time, because I feel that is a lower building requirement. Because these denote the amount of button presses you have to do to actually finish the tower. And then we probably want to do some kind of... I have an idea, but I don't quite visually understand how it's going to work in my head. I'm still about my sloth racing game. Maybe that's the first game you got to make in Unreal Engine, Jazz, is sloth racing. Alright, one of my things on my task list is to organize my folders. This is definitely something I need to do. Alright, human base is what we want. And then we gotta figure out how we want to do this. So you're gonna have essentially a spire. How do I want to do this? It actually may be best. Got a level idea. Put in Discord. Okay, sounds good. I appreciate all level idea suggestions. What determines height limit? Is that in the sandcastle itself? It is. The check array. This is sort of the height limit. So using that, we can kind of gauge the height of the sandcastle, actually. So then, is the player above the sandcastle layer, or are they below it? They're above it right now. So we'd have to throw them behind the layer. Interesting. Okay, let's start with something simple, and then we can make it more complex as time goes on. So I have ideas, but I'm not quite sure. So what is the best way to do this? We take the unmolded, and I think if we simply take the tallest tower, that's kind of what we gotta do. The tallest tower. And then, yeah. And then we make essentially a layer for the player on it. I think that's going to end up working the best. Or is it? Because the problem is that we're going to have... This is going to get bigger over time. I know I'm not entirely explaining what I want to do, and it's because I can't quite visualize it just yet. Because I'm debating, because we have the center of origin for the player. Maybe what I'll do is I have thoughts. Let's try first to just draw an example of what I'm thinking of, and then we'll work from there. Oh, that's the problem, is it's going to be technically 2 layers. Because it has a base layer for the torso. Maybe we'll try everything from the front to start. Many thoughts. What is it? X? Okay. My thought is if I... But see, the problem is this isn't going to be the same for every layer. So is it better to do the full form? Maybe if it's jankier, it's just going to look funnier anyways. It doesn't really matter. If it looks jankier, it'll just be funnier anyways. That is probably true. Interesting. Okay, so... Tough decisions. So, like, I have to debate where I want the X origin to be if I'm going to do something like this. Because the tower is going to theoretically get progressively higher and higher. And I want to make a system that works with everything. Maybe I should just stop focusing on the details and just try it. And then we'll see if I like it. That's probably a better way to do it. Rather than get lost in the sauce of the overthinking it, let's just try something, and then we can refine it after we get a look at it. Okay, build castle 1. Let's take our player here. May actually need to be taller. Okay. I do sort of like the idea of this being a little bit there. Okay. And then we'll do just 2 frames of animation is all I'm thinking. Like this. It should look like he's molding the sandcastle. That's kind of all I wanted to do. Okay. Now let's duplicate this again. Let's do 3 animations to start. We'll do a second one, and then we'll do a third one. Okay, so delete this, and then let's lower the animation speed. That looks pretty funny. Maybe 10. Okay. And let's go back to our pillar again. Let's copy this, remove this, and then let's do one. Oh, actually, dude, I just accidentally, him being upside down is hilarious. There it is. I'm assuming you posted it. Level design suggestions. Let's read it. This is not a great idea. I'll be the judge of that, okay? I know what a good idea is. What if you had a super simple quicksand level where the player moves too quickly, they'll get sucked in the sand and die? Have a huge timer that's counting down and it starts at a time and is only just barely possible. Then it hits 0 and just starts counting in the negatives. I don't know if you do Steam achievements, but there could be one for making the timer and for one for somebody who waits like -2 minutes. That's interesting. That's actually pretty funny. We have a similar thought in that regard because I did make a tar pit, and I just need to make the speed slower, but I was kind of thinking of something like that. It wasn't quicksand, but it is a tar pit. The old Mario games, like Mario 2, does actually have the quicksand, and then sometimes when you sink into it, you go under into like a secret area, so I was considering a quicksand at some point. So, not a bad idea, Jazz. I do like it. We kind of are thinking in the same regard with that, because I have thought about that. Dude, you're already a game designer, Jazz. I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe you're an accountant. You're just lying to us all, I think. I just like the idea of the player stressed about the timer and it reaches 0 and nothing happens. That makes sense. Jazz wants to troll players just as much as Addo does. It's okay, I like trolling the player too, so we have that in common. Okay, I like this. Let's keep this one. We will do 3, and then we will do the programming for it, and then we'll see if I like it. Can we get this? Yeah. Oh. Okay, turn off the onion skin, and then we'll do just a simple 2-frame animation. Yep, but obviously it's got to be lower than this light speed thing here. Okay, and then we'll do one more. And then we can obviously do more later if it turns out good. Let's just get the progress over perfection part done first. Okay, and then what do I want? Maybe I want something two-handed. It's a good question. Yeah, let's do something like that. Like I said, I can always add more. But first we need something to play with. And then let's do... I don't want to move too much distance because I want it to look like Like that. Oop, I forgot the first frame. We need that first, obviously. Okay. And do we want like a some actual body movement here? Yeah, let's do that. That's pretty funny. Okay. So now let's program it. How doth we program this? So it's currently at the player X and Y. Okay. So this has to be in the player collision somewhere, because that determines what we're doing here. So what we'll do, yeah. Okay, we gotta do it in here. Change player sprite. So var sprite is going to equal a random one. Choose between SPR player sand. Did I name it sandcastle? What did I name it? Oh, build castle. Build sandcastle 1. So this is going to choose between randomly one of these 3 animations. Okay, so you have it selecting a random animation, and then with, wow, sounds like we're discussing a funny timer mechanic. Yeah, we're gonna do something here. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do. I had this idea like 3 days ago when I started this level, and I don't know how I want to do it just yet. But I think I'm gonna have it good. I'm trying to work on like a build animation type thing, but it'll be like random enough to be kind of funny looking. So we'll see. So actually what we need is we need to copy the array from sandcastle, because the same thing, checking the height limit, sort of actually does invariably give us kind of like a general area of maximum height from the point of origin for the sandcastle, with which we can derive a random number that we can use to make this joke work. So actually what we probably want to do, we probably want to actually old player X, we want to save their X and Y value. Oh, maybe we'll call it start player X. I like that better, because we're going to be modifying the movement for them. So let's get that right in the beginning. So right here, when they engage with it, we're going to do start player X equals obg player.x, and start player Y equals obg player.y. Okay. And then when we disengage, we're going to do the opposite. We're going to reset the player back to that position, just so they're not clipping through the sandcastle or anything like that. Player.x equals start player X, and then their Y is going to equal start player Y. Okay, and then there's another disengage as well, so we're just going to copy that. This is if this castle gets completed, the player disengages, so that they don't have to click an extra button for it. So we'll set their thing back to the start. Okay. Yeah. And then now we need to determine where we're going to put the player. So we've already accounted for the fact that we're going to be modifying the player. So let's do, we can actually do this all within the player to some extent. Is that easier to do? I guess it doesn't matter much, does it? We don't need to call any player variables, so doing it within the scope of the player doesn't necessarily matter. Let's just do it the simple way to start. So we're going to do, obviously, OBGPlayer.sprite index is going to equal sprite. So whatever that is, it'll equal it. And then we need to figure out the positioning. So we have the height. I guess we'll do var xx, and we'll come up with an x, and then we're going to do var yy, and we'll come up with a y. So the x is going to be determined by the origin of the castle itself. That's pretty simple. So we're going to do x plus, we're going to do random range, and then we can pick a range. So I kind of want it to do, let's look at this. For molded, how far does it expand outwards? So our origin is somewhere over here. So we can do 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels, probably 4. We'll do 4 pixels out from the center on either side. So we do -4, and we're going to do 4. And now the y is going to be the taller one. So this is going to be whatever the y of this is. And then we got to make sure it's tall enough. So the player itself, it's already at the 8, 8. And what is this down here? 18. So it's about 10 pixels down. So we kind of want to start from 10 pixels up so that the player isn't like, well, no, that doesn't necessarily matter. It might be funnier if it's worse. Let's try jank as possible first. Let's consider the check array. So here we'll do a var top limit, and that's going to equal check array. And then we actually need to take, in order to get the right height, we need to take whatever the master's dot image index is, because that'll determine where we are in the array. So that'll be the top limit. So if it's the second sprite, we're using the check array to determine that it would be this sprite, and then that's 11 pixels up. Pretty simple. Okay, and then we're going to do y plus, and then we're going to determine how far we want to go up. Hello, Thomas, and good morning. Actually, it might be later for you. Maybe 5 hours later. How are you doing today? What's up with you? Actually, we want to do minus. Minus random. You're having a lesson in school right now. Well, I appreciate you tuning in regardless. We're doing some programming. All right, random range. We can do range. And it'll be 0. Well, we'll do 1 to start. And then we're going to go. I love this friendly family thing we got going on in chat here. Our Twitch found family. We're going to do top limit, I think. Because that's how much higher it can go from it. You can't hear me. Ah, big sad, that's true. I was just appreciating your dedication to showing up during class. Okay. Sweet. And then we're going to do obg player.x equals xx and obg player.y equals yy. It is not lost on me that I always call it obg instead of j, but obg is faster to say than obj for me. I don't know what it is. So it's going to be obg, even though it's obj. I'm sorry, guys. It's inconsistent. Let's open my door a little bit because I'm getting kind of toasty in here, even though I turned down the heat. It might be the thermostat tripping with the cold weather we have. Honestly, dude, I've had the temperature set to like 66 all week, and it's been amazing. I absolutely love that temperature. I can wear like a little bit of thicker clothes. I feel like probably a 66 or a 67 kind of person. Fahrenheit, obviously. I know some of you guys use yeah, OBG sounds kind of cooler to say, and I'm scared I'll pick a bad habit. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bad habit, but I guess I should have just started calling everything OBG instead of OBJ for object. That actually might have been better. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Okay, so it works. It definitely does work. You're frozen. Nah, dude, I ain't frozen. Dude, this is the idea I had like 3 days ago. Okay, it looks great. We just need a couple more animations. I absolutely love it. Yeah, yeah, mischievous, exactly. Damn, it looks cool. Thank you. It turned out really good. I actually might need to increase the range. Let's increase the range of it. Bro, it's 8:30. Why are you up? I got up earlier than this. Actually, aren't you on the farm right now? Yeah, Jazz, same thing. You're up too. What are you talking about? You're up too early. No, dude. Rise and shine, dude. The world waits for no one. You're a farmer? Yeah, dude, Jacob's a farmer. No. He's a farmer. Don't let him lie to you. Dude gave me so many pumpkins I've been eating them all week. I'm going to turn orange from the beta carotene in there. Oh, no, just woke up, got it. I'm working on it, man. You ain't working. You're here, dog. You're listening to me. You ain't working. This is where we all go to avoid work, is what I think it is. This is the kind of community I'm cultivating. Doing both, okay. Yeah, I guess if you are just given like an assignment that's basically like, hey, you need to do data spreadsheets by hand for 50,000 people, you probably don't need to consciously be there that much for that, you know? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, good morning then. Yeah, good morning, Jacob. Pleasure to have you here. What are you doing on the farm today? Also, I am like counting down the days till January 3rd when my teacher releases his movie. We were doing a watch party for that. I don't think I mentioned it on stream, but I had a teacher in college, and he does art and stuff for Star Wars, and he maxed out like a ton of credit cards to film like a trilogy of movies that he's been working on for years now, and the first one finally comes out on streaming services in January 3rd, I believe. Yeah, he does art for Star Wars. He gets, it's like his job. He does a bunch of art like for advertising and stuff. His name's Matt Bush. Here, I'll pull up this thing. But he's got a movie coming out. I had him as a teacher. Super awesome dude. He's super great. Well, yeah, he does a bunch of stuff, and his movie's coming out. It's kind of like, I think it'll probably be a cult classic, but yeah, he does a bunch of art. Does he have his movie thing on here? Aladdin. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. He's an awesome teacher. Absolutely love him. We went over his house, my girlfriend and I, and he's so cool. I had a great time talking to him. Definitely one of my inspirations for artists, for sure. But yeah, he's got this movie. He's got 3 movies. He filmed them all, and then he's been editing them for years now. It's called Aladdin 3477, and it comes out in January 3rd. I think he said on Prime, but I'm super excited for that. I'm so ready. I used to watch Star Wars VHS tapes. That's really funny. I'm not actually that big of a Star Wars fan, but I am kind of a fan of like the Arabic theme. Well, specifically, I do own a collection of like the 1800s translated version from Richard Burton. It's like 20 volumes or something of Arabian Nights, all the tales. I really do like Arabian Nights. I have not read them all, obviously. It's 22 volumes, and that's a very... Richard Burton really liked esoteric, strange words, so it requires a lot of almost translating from the reader, but I do really like that. So the idea of kind of mixing like a Star Wars movie with that sort of theme is pretty interesting. And yo, welcome, Addo. I like the Disney movie. Interesting. I've been home the last few days. My dad's at a trade show in Grand Rapids. Mom just had knee surgery, so I've been helping her out. That's awesome, dude. I guess peaceful for you then. Not too much work, it sounds like. Dude, we got whole crew here. Just came back from school. Okay. So you're coming back from school. Thomas is at school. And then I just closed a window. I don't know what window it was, but it's been closed. So we'll deal with that later. Problem for future Cody, I suppose. Alright, let's duplicate this again. I like Chinese Aladdin. Is there a Chinese Aladdin? I've read Chinese Cinderella. Alright, work. No problem. Work time. Good luck. I came back from school as well 20 years ago. Yeah, Brent, you know, he's been living in the future for a while, dude. I thought it was just the Australia thing. Dude is constantly on the future. Latin is Chinese. It's not Chinese, dude. It's Arabic. I guess it's close enough to be... I don't think it's Chinese. Jacob's trolling us in chat. I literally already dead here. Yeah, Brent is living so far in the future, he's basically dead. Richard Byrd made him Arabic. Did he really? I don't know about that. I'll have to look into that. That would be funny. I thought he was from where the pyramids are. Don't you remember the MTG? Dude, if you're going off of Magic the Gathering, I think you're... I don't know if I remember the MTG card, though. Oh, I see what you're talking about. He is not Chinese, bro. I know that the art looks like hella Chinese, but he ain't Chinese. This person just... The Julie Burrow just didn't know what she was... Barrow didn't know what she was talking about. What in God's name is this? And he's not even a legend either. Take control of target artifact from a opponent. Artifact is removed. Wait, what is this ability? 4 mana for a 1/1. That's already absolutely terrible. Gets hit to literally anything. Lightning bolt, shock. Like a ping creature. Pyromancer kills it. Tap and take out control of target artifact until... Okay, so you... Okay, artifact is returned when he's removed from play. So he kind of just steals an artifact. Did you get your Xmas card? I have not yet. I haven't seen him. It's been a long time since I played MTG, but if anyone is a fan of the Final Fantasy series, I saw some beautiful MTG card art based on the characters from Final Fantasy. I have not seen that. I actually have not played Magic in a long time too, but I do have quite a bit of my collection left. I've sold a bunch of it to pay for continuing to work on this game and my bills. But some of the I actually do... I really dislike the new art that they're doing. I've been joking routinely about them doing a SpongeBob set, and they actually are doing a SpongeBob set. Like, it's not a joke. It's actually coming out. And I was like, oh my god. A fucking SpongeBob set, dude. Kill me. The idea of, like, being able to be like, okay, I dropped my, like, 5'7" Minotaur on the field, and somebody's like, okay, I block with SpongeBob SquarePants. Like, that is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. I absolutely hate it. As soon as I saw Wizards of the Coast is like, we're gonna do a Walking Dead thing, I was like, oh my god, not the Walking Dead. Here's where it all goes downhill. And then they're like, then we're gonna do the Marvel Universe. I'm like, oh no. I was like, they're gonna do SpongeBob next, aren't they? And sure as shit, they do fucking SpongeBob. Absolute cringe. But I was thinking of, as a joke, since my buddies played Commander, doing a, this is a race car? Oh no. That sounds even worse. Kevin Turtle. Oh my god. I'm thinking of doing a parody, like, Commander deck, because I saw that they did a My Little Pony set temporarily, and I think Twilight Sparkle's ability is, like, every pony wins the game if you have a certain amount of ponies on the field. So I like the idea of just no one being able to win ever. Actually, one of my favorite cards in Magic, which I absolutely love, is Divine Intervention. I absolutely love this card. Probably one of my favorite cards in Magic. It's like 8 mana. Put 2 counters on it, remove a counter during your upkeep. When you remove the last counter, the game is over and considered a draw. So you can just draw every game. Super funny. I love that card. That is so good. Just 2 counters on it, wait a couple turns, and boom, game's over. Done. Sorry, guys. What do I want to do? I think I want to do a couple more animations for the sand building thing. Do I want to do a spidery type looking? I don't see why not. What is it? Variation is the something of... What is it saying? Something is the thief of joy. That's not what I'm thinking of, but I don't know how I feel about a card that makes the game end as a draw. Well, you shouldn't feel good about it because it's kind of trolly. But if you've learned anything about me, it's that trolly is kind of what I would do. I had a Manaless Dredge deck too. Man, everybody hated that deck. I was playing a completely different game from everybody else. It was amazing. I do have a fond love of Magic, but Wizards of the Coast has been killing it for me lately. And I don't mean killing it in the good way. I mean it's sick. I don't mean sick in the good way. I mean sick as in illness. And they're dying. They're stabbing it. The horse is being beaten every day. They're desperately looking for ways to monetize and moving further and further away from the core values of Richard Garfield's game, I think. But in their defense, he left the company pretty early, so... And I don't blame him. He has made many other strange games since then, and some failed digital card games. That some were good and some were bad. I think one of them was like Spell Something. That was a really weird one. Very weird games. I also haven't played his board game, but somebody said it was good. He has a couple of them now. Well, I say couple. He has a whole company dedicated to making board games. What the hell am I talking about? He's made quite a few. Speaking of which, I should probably put, we gotta, finish art for dice game, prepare for Gen Con in August, just showcase board game while we're at it. Okay. Yeah. Yes, okay. So that's good. Let's do a couple more. Maybe even 3 more. Let's see what I want to do here. Oh, you know what would be actually really funny? So, jankier is going to end up being funnier for me. I'm going to be honest. Let's do this. Also, now that I think about that, I don't know if I'm just feeling more existential or something, but I think about the term, I'm going to be honest. It's like, okay, that sort of implies that you haven't been honest up until this point. But I don't think I've said any lies up until this point, so... Honestly, this just looks like an animation to me. It's hilariously bad, and I kind of like that about it. But as the Australians say, let's take the piss out of ourselves. That's what I'm thinking. I think the Australians say that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Maybe I should do like 2 arms to one side animation. And let's get rid of the actually. Can I do like a in front of me animation? I don't know. For anyone interested, there's this Final Fantasy card I really love. It's based on the villain, who is literally insane and poisons the water supply of the nation. I think this card art depicts the moment beautifully. I would love to see. Oh, this is awesome, dude. That's pretty good. It does kind of look like, this actually looks like almost in the spirit of the game. His costume doesn't look like a magic type thing, but this art is really awesome. That's great, dude. Arif Ujaya. Great job. Arif? It's probably Arif. Oh yeah, the Kafka card. Is it a good card too? Do we know? Are the mechanics released for you yet? They seem to be making anything and everything a commander card now. I just fell in love with the art. Gotcha. Yeah, it's great art. Especially if you know the context like you do. No, that looks too weird. Maybe like this. Maybe like this. Yeah. The Lord of the Rings set had good art. It had okay art. It wasn't that good. That's what I was going to say. It had okay art. That's what I was thinking. The art was okay. I actually thought of another idea too. Hold on. Okay, let's do this. As you can tell, I'm very salty about the direction Magic has gone, but I should have seen it coming. Maybe I should make a salty emote. Dude, I'm actually pretty excited for the emotes to actually finish their approval. Especially the Riot one. Haven't seen it. The Lord of the Rings, but I hear it went over the top of the DEI and those kinds of themes. What is DEI? I don't actually know what DEI is. Over the top of DEI. Okay. It sucks. Didn't you just say it was good? The Lord of the Rings had good art. It sucks. The Amazon Lord of the Rings. Oh, gotcha. Putting people on. Yeah, okay, got it. I've never heard that called DEI before. Watched the first 3 episodes and thought about killing myself. Oh, you're talking about the Amazon show. Okay, I read it as Amazing Lord of the Rings, but it went over the top. Gotcha. I get it. We're talking about the show now. Yeah. Okay, I understand. Sorry. I thought he meant... I forgot about the Amazon show. It, like, came in as, like, a flicker and then just died, and I never heard about it. For me, anyways. What is this button? Why? Okay. Okay. So let's go to this here. And then let's do the rest of them. Castle 4. Castle 5. Maybe we'll just copy this. 6. Do I have 7? Yeah, but I don't have 8. No. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Pretty sure Tolkien started rolling over in his grave the moment the Asian Numenorians. Can't remember if I told you or not, but here in Australia there's an organization that gives monetary grants to game devs to release a game that if it gets approved. One of the criteria involves DEI. I want to apply for it, but I really don't like my chances being a game about a big personality, princess, and beer. That is really interesting. I remember you mentioning that there's an organization that gives monetary grants and that your company like gave you time off to like pursue those grants, but I didn't realize that that it's like government involved, so they care about the inclusion thing. Well, don't you guys have the benefit of having the is it called the like Aborigine or something there, or no, is that New Zealand I'm thinking of? I don't know, you can just add some of the actually, yeah, it probably. I'm trying to think of a way for you to make it work, but I can't. This is, you can just add more tribal people, add more races. It's a bar. Anybody can go to a bar. But yeah, the big personality princess, probably not going to help. If you have a thick princess, it might work. And also Thomas, I like the goats. Thomas Goat. I just applied for leave so I could do it, and it was granted. They have no interest in my game. Yeah, we have an Aboriginal population here too. I thought so. I think I remember that. Beautiful goat. A darker skinned, thicker princess with pink hair. I thought that was what that was. Okay. I was like, this is really interesting that Brent chose to make like a more alternative girl. Yeah, thicker princesses, dude. More body types. Okay, this animation thing turned out fucking hilarious. I love it. Actually, what I need to do too now is let's speed up this animation for this one so we can actually get a couple more frames in there. Yeah, it looks super funny. I want that to be there, and then this one needs like 15. Yeah, okay, we'll see if we can get a couple frames out of that. It actually works really well. And then I can do some particle effects based on where the player's at. And then when actually, hold on, let's test it. I think, yeah, it just pushes the player off. Okay. Okay. Oh, actually, I think there's another wave disengage, isn't there? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, it's here. If place meeting player. Okay, so then maybe... How do I want to do that? Does this... Interesting. So this is the wave. If it collides with a player, it turns off their animation thing, which is fine. But Dorito chip, Dorito chip. But what needs to happen is this. Does this have a meeting wave? Is that what it's... Or is that code all exist in? It looks like it exists in the washing wave code. No, it does not. What the hell does it exist? Oh, in the sandcastle. Yeah, okay. So then what we should do in the cleanup step is... Yeah, we also need this in the cleanup step. That's what we need to do. So when this is destroyed, because what's happening is the wave washes into the sandcastle, which destroys the castle, and then when no master exists for... Or actually, sorry. in the sandcastle's cleanup, it destroys the player collision and then the collision box, which is a solid. So in this cleanup, assuming that we're in phase 1, which is engaged, we need to set the player back to the start X and Y. I think that solves that problem. I will see. And then we can do some sand particle effects. And then we have to just, and then we got to do the water rising and falling. And then, I mean, this level's pretty close to done. Let's, yeah, okay. Oh. Start player X not set before reading it. Start player X. Do I not have? I mean, it's 0. So player collision cleanup. Why is there no start player X? I mean, we define it in the beginning. Unknown object dot start player X. Well, we're calling the player. We have if instance exists player. So the player obviously exists. If phase equals 1, so that means if it was engaged. I don't quite know about that one, Chief. That's a little weird. It's obviously this, but what is... that doesn't make sense. Oh, sorry, never mind. I figured it out. Duh, it's because fucking player doesn't have the start. It's because I'm doing it with player in the context of player. Okay, got it. My bad. My bad. I'm silly. That's what I am. Fatigue. It's setting in. I'm decaying. I live in the past over here in America. Brent lives in the future. Thomas is in between. Addo is in between. There's some really high-res Dorito chip emotes. There's a Twitch global emote, too. They must be sponsored by Doritos. Okay, these actually gotta be slower. I like the slow effect more. Pretty good. Pretty good. I actually like the really slow effect. Let's just do slow. Yep. Okay. Had to step away, but what's the goal now? That looks strange. Yeah, so the goal now is that I need to do some particle effects where the player is working, and then I need to do the water rising, and then I might need to edit the water sprite a little bit, and then we have to play the level till it works. Basically, I think the level. Oh, actually, that's kind of funny. If I hit, yeah, okay, if I hit restart. That's very interesting. How do we fix that problem? Oh, the wave. Yeah, I was pressing restart, which is fine. Because restart should restart here, but the problem is when I actually create a sandcastle and engage with it and press restart, the X is technically here, even though it shouldn't be. So we gotta fix that. How doth we fix that? So I think they're pretty simple. So yeah, it's because that's no, it's not that. It's because my start X. It's because the steps are happening in an interesting order. So what happens here is, oh, that animation should not be that fast. So the problem is that the player, whenever you restart the room, it runs a script to bring the player back to his original start position. But what's happening is that the actual start position is happening, and then when we restart, because we're still engaged, the cleanup step happens later than the player step. Good morning, Cody. Yeah, I hope you're... thank you, Fuzzy. I hope you're good as well. How are you doing this morning? How's your day going? I watched some of your animations last night. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, the player resets their X in the step event, and the cleanup event happens later than the step event. So we have to determine that at a different thing. Yeah, I watched some of your animations, Fuzzy. They were pretty interesting. I quite like all the colors and the personality you put in everything. Eating ramen. Sounds like a good start for you. I'm assuming you're in America, but I could be wrong. So it might be morning. No problem, man. I didn't see. Did you end up doing a community post for your thing? No, okay. I was just curious. Alright. So we gotta figure out how to do this cleanup step thing. Interesting. But, so this cleanup... there'd be too much cheese abound. It might be because it's happening on the next step, right? Could you say in the castle script, if OBJ player X does not equal OBJ player X, then only retain player X at the start that was saved? If player X does not equal player.x start with the same Y, then only return player X start that was saved. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm actually... so here, I'll show you. Let me try to explain this a little bit more, because it actually is just coming down to these steps running at the different times. So the player has in their step event a script that is restart. So when they press R, that's restart. And then it actually resets the room at the end of the script somewhere, I think. Yeah, room restart. So it restarts in the middle of the room, and then it sets the player back to this X start. Okay, which is fine, but this runs in the step event. So I think what's happening is that we are engaging with a sandcastle. So we're engaged with it. And then when we press restart, the sandcastle cleanup step for just the castle itself. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong shit here. The castle itself, in its final cleanup step, is destroying its own collision and player collision. And then I think the player collision, after being destroyed in this frame, goes another step. And then in that step, then the player collision also has its cleanup step. But the problem is because I'm doing two cleanup steps, they're one step apart. And so that's what it's doing. Is this X start in the same script? No, they're not a built-in valid. Well, I mean, it's within the scope of the player, so it's not the same thing. This is start player X, and they're different. They're not being affected. What's happening is it's this step thing. So the easy way to fix this is to basically just do a... yeah, actually, it's actually I think we can solve this relatively easily. So before we destroy the player collision box with player collision box, we just need to call it in this step, I think. If base equals 1, and that's all it's got to do. Because if it does it here, then we're not doing a cleanup step later, if that makes sense. Nice. Well, we'll see. Hold on. I might be wrong. I may be entirely wrong, but let's see. I think as long as it's calling within the sandcastle, it'll be the same cleanup stat. And then this can just clean up the animation thing if it does have a problem with it. We'll see. I think that'll fix it, though. We're both running on lower sleep, though, so we'll see. What seem simple solutions may be simple delusions. Oh, wait, I already figured out what I did wrong. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. I'm sorry. So we're within the context of the player collision box. We're not doing with player anymore. So this can be that. Got it. Okay. All right. Second time's a charm. That's what the saying is, I think. Alright, maybe I read the wrong thing. Not said before reading it. The player collision box. Oh. Why did I do 2? Okay. Okay. I know the saying was supposed to be second time's the charm, but perhaps third time is in fact actually the charm. Okay. God damn it. Okay, no, that didn't work. All right. Okay, we gotta figure out something else. What was Brent's suggestion? Let's look at that. Literally see the same thing we were trying, and it's like the 10th time, dude. Yeah. Okay, so no, they're not the same values is not the problem. It is the step is where it's having a problem. How can I determine that? I mean, there is a simple solution. What we could do is, yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll do it the simple way. Is that gonna work? I feel it'll work. We'll try it. All right, let's do a. Was in the castle cleanup, only return the player to the stored player start X position if their current X and Y is not equal to the X and Y start. Return the player to the stored player start position if their current X and Y is not equal to X start and Y start. Oh. That's a good idea. I see what you're saying. That is a good solution. That is not a bad solution at all. The only difficulty with that is that if in the rare case scenario where they build a sandcastle and they're in that same position, then it wouldn't work, I guess. Yeah. That is not a bad solution. Not how I would do it, but it's not a bad solution. Yeah, that's true. Their current is not equal to their X and Y and our X start. Interesting. I also have another solution too. Let's try that, and then I'll try yours. I want to see if this works out of curiosity. So I'm going to have a destroy variable for this. And then if destroy equals true, instance destroy. Nah, dude, you don't need to apologize for anything. I appreciate it. I appreciate the input, and that is a solution for this problem. So you're doing nothing wrong. I think if I set destroy equal to true, and then this happens in the end step of this, it should solve that problem. Because it's fine if you just axe that, but then for this, we can actually do the here. Don't apologize for your existence, Brent. We're all working on this together. I will be backseating your code when I watch it next. And then we'll do if base equals 1. I think this works because it's not in the cleanup step. And then the cleanup step just handles the animation part, and the end step handles the player thing. That should work. Oh, and then actually, isn't there another thing that calls destruction somewhere? Collapse equals true. Collapse equals true. If collapse equals true, destroy. Well, it definitely destroys the collision. Should have to create our own destroy variable. Alright, let's see if my solution works. And then I'm going to stare at it for another 2 minutes, and then I'll try Brent's solution, which I'm pretty sure will work. Yep, mine works. Okay. I feel there is a reason why I can't quite think of it. The difference between our solutions. I don't know. Because I don't know. I guess maybe I'm thinking about it from the perspective of things that set the X start differently, and then I'm also thinking about this in the context of a level editor. So maybe that's why I like this solution a little bit better. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, skin a pig. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, because there's something in me that's erring against addressing the X start, but it does seem like a simpler solution. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll think about it later when I'm pondering. This is hilarious. Okay, I really like how this animation turned out. Now we're going to do particle effects. Actually, let's check to make sure that a wave... perfect. Okay. Great. Okay. Pretty good. Yeah, there's more than one way to skin a pig. Are you still working on your tutorial system for your game, Brent. And Fuzzy, if you're here, what are you working on? Jazz is actually working. Jacob's taking care of his mom. Tom's is at school. And Addo just got off of school. No, I finished it earlier. Awesome. Glad to hear it. What are you working on next? I added keywords like you mentioned as well. Awesome. Yeah, I was thinking of like, you know, how like Magic has keywords and stuff. And then things like that. Just writing stuff down on paper. Ambiguous. What stuff are you watching out? What are you writing on paper, man? You writing your ideas? You writing your journal? You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. I'm just making conversation. Okay. Yeah, I like the keyword idea because you were talking about the dash mechanic and that being like a big part of it. So it's like, okay, yeah, to keep like, you know, the player immediately drawn to the things, it would be better. You know, the context of this stuff. Not sure. Trying to figure out how to add a bit more polish before I share it with others and play tests. Makes sense. Okay. Ideas for game, like what might make it fun and stuff. Okay, interesting. All right. So Brent is working on the polishing aspect to make sure that it's all readable for players. And then Fuzzy's working for ideas for a game. Maybe not necessarily the game you're working on now, but maybe a game. What might make it fun. Interesting. Sounds like, yeah, you can probably have a lot of fun researching all the Tamagotchis and stuff if you're doing stuff for your virtual pet game. I know people like mini games and stuff like that. Nope, still the Tamagotchi game. Okay. I'm excited. Okay. Alright, particles. That's pretty simple. Let's do particles. We can get rid of this sprite because we do not need it. I think 7 animations of building a castle is good enough, and they're pretty chill. I actually have a lot of vertical ones. I might add in some horizontal variation later, but for now, progress over perfection. That's what I'm going with. So let's take just 2 pixels. Since GameMaker does not support palettes, GameMaker, what the hell are you doing? At least I don't think so. I don't think I can. Oh god, that's right. This fucking hamburger button lags because I have 3,000 sprites in this game. GameMaker is going to become unstable. Mistakes were made. Ugh, okay. Oh no, we can do colors. Let's not worry about it. Okay. SPR sand particles. Is that something I have? I don't have it. It doesn't exist. Yesterday when I tried to close all the windows, it literally took 5 minutes. Yeah, they actually are either of you guys using the beta version of GameMaker or using the stable release? I gave my Mac a restart to be safe. Yeah, probably good. It does take forever to close Windows. They fixed that in the beta now, that it doesn't take 30 years. It goes really quickly. I don't know what they changed, but maybe they just do one at a time instead of all at once or something. I think I'm using the stable one. Okay, yeah, if it doesn't have ID 1100.0.700 beta in the top, then you're not using the beta. Which is fine. I'm going to be honest. I recommend you just use the stable. Gonna be frank. Gonna be really frank here. I had access to some fun new features like the rollback stuff, but and layers effects when they immediately came out, but no, just do stable. That's much safer. Having to deal with this shit every month is obnoxious. Okay, let's make some particles. My sprite editor gets borked and shit. But frankly, I don't think I'd have it any either way. I kind of like the suffering just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Okay, these are looking pretty good. Let's do a single pixel one for each. Okay, and then let's crop all frames to selection. I actually really like this crop all frames to selection button. For some reason, Sprite does not have that. I don't know if that's something I can add, but they seem to shy away from you changing the canvas size as much as possible, which is a little strange. Okay. Good, so we got some particles. It honestly doesn't matter. I'm thinking of making the particles collision-less anyways. That might be better. Okay, so we got some sand particles. For some reason, the preview is nothing. Okay. What if I close it and reopen it? Okay, preview is nothing for sand particles. Got it. I will accept that that will not change. Alright, and then we're going to do... GameMaker do feel a little unstable. Let's save. I'm getting some frame drop. Let's close this. Interesting. Okay. We'll see. The emotional trauma my GameMaker has been through is too much. Pair of collisions, close this door a little bit. Alright, so now we're going to create particles. Let's do... I just thought I should change my script. It doesn't matter for now. Let's keep this. Okay, so... we have a create particle script, since I don't like the... or I should say, it's not that the particle system in GameMaker is bad, per se. It doesn't look like, it doesn't fit in the spirit of my game, some of those weird things. I try to make my own particle system, but it's kind of jank. Like all good things are, jank. So SCR create particles. I want my game to have a sort of homogeneity. Is that the right word? Homogeneousness. I really don't know if I'm thinking of the right thing. Don't I have a create particles? Okay, I was going to say, I thought so. Oh, it's create particle singular, not plural. Okay. Really nice particle effects. Mine are pretty default and lame. You're too harsh on yourself. Brent has a harsh inner critic, man. Your particles are good enough to start, and they can always be changed later. I don't think I looked at your particles that much, too harshly. I remember the dash having particles and things like that. Global dot. What do I want to do? I have a global particles variable. This is kind of weird. I don't really like this. This is an old vestige. It's an old part of my game design from like 5 years ago. Is this blood? I need blood. Yeah, okay. I think my dash just uses sprites. I have particle for lame things like portals and stuff. Yeah, just lame things like portals. Portals, lame things. I get what you're saying. Now that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, you know, portals, whatever. It's just another day. These fucking portals. Go outside, another portal. Lame things, obviously. It's a great way to describe a portal. Just another lame thing. Yeah, so I have a global particle level thing. It's kind of an old, just global variable that I use because the players can set how many particles they want in the settings of the game, it probably is unnecessary, but in case there for some reason is a computer that's struggling with particles on some level for Jump Off the Bridge, I do actually have, you can theoretically lower the graphics. And I have kept it ever since. It does not seem that necessary, frankly. Alright, so we're going to use the XX variable. Then we're going to use the YY variable. That feeling when a document I need and to save to my personal drive on my work laptop is locked by another user. That's interesting. So the document you need is saved to a personal drive on your work laptop is locked by another user. Why does that happen? How does that even happen? Is it because somebody... That doesn't make sense. That would mean somebody externally has grabbed the document, or can they just put locks on it? I don't know how that works, actually, Jazz. I'm not familiar. Okay, let's just do 3. Oh, wait. Yeah, 3. Probably because we use ThinkPad. Yeah, I was going to say, is it a shared laptop or something? No? Because wouldn't that have to mean that somebody is accessing that file on your computer, or they have put a lock on it in the past or something? That makes no sense. You accountants and your weird accounting things, dog. You guys are crazy. Oh, what is this? This isn't at all what I'm looking for. Yeah, someone is apparently in the file. Yeah, I was gonna say, but it's on your personal thing? That makes no sense. Alright, so we have a script. It's a script I made. OG material. So the sprite we're using is particles. The object type is going to be obj no blood collision. Or wait, blood no collision. Yeah, blood no collision. Rotation speed is going to be random. Up to 45. When no one touches it but me, created by me, updated by me, saved to my little local folder thingy. Can you designate it as not being able to be opened? I would do that if you could. Actually, let's do bullets. Put this on the top layer. And this is going to be XX. The shift is going to be 3. YY. The shift is going to be 3. The H speed, though, be random range. Probably -4 to 4. Random range -5, -2. I think we're good. So we're going to create some particles. We don't need this anymore. This is old news. And then we can change this to sand. Variable sand. We can change this to sand. Okay. And we should get some particle effects in there. Then we can maybe do the water if I'm feeling it. It's not that. The thing that gets me is that no one else is in it. Oh, gotcha. They just glitch and forget how to open up documents. Interesting. That is obnoxious. I was going to say, because that wouldn't make sense for anyone to be in it, because they'd have to be somehow connected to your computer. Well, how stupid. Well, Jazz, I empathize with you. That sounds frustrating. Pretty good. Maybe too many particles. Probably go easy around that. Looks pretty funny, though. Probably lower ranges. 3, 3. I sort of like that. Actually, maybe I should do higher ranges. Would that be funnier? 5, 5. Let's try that. And let's do less particles. We'll do 5 to 10. See how that looks. ThinkPads are trash. They are what the Apple computers were in the 90s. I've had a ThinkPad before. It was okay. They're like the garbage, like assembly line, everywhere computer sort of thing. The lowest common denominator. That's probably what I'm thinking of. Looks pretty good. Okay, we can work with this. I actually do want a variation to 1 though. Well, 1, maybe even 0. Maybe even 0. Let's do 0. Pretty good. Interesting. So because I was working on it during a wave, it actually couldn't move me. So you can actually sort of prevent yourself. Oh. I also had an error. Let's see what it is. Pick up and press. Master collapse equals false. Yeah, it's because master has jumped off a bridge. That's what the problem is. Easy solution for that. Pick up that. So that's player collision. Step line 54. Step 0. Yeah. Should probably do and master exist. But master don't exist. And then now we need to make sure that if instance does not exist, master, then we need to destroy. Okay, that should solve that problem. Theoretically, actually, I like 2 spaces. Let's do that. And then we need to make sure that the player is actually knocked back. Probably from the wave a little bit. And we remove their ability to do that. That should work. It should work. We shall see. Yeah, Brent is emphasizing the programmer's folly, the great line. That should work. It should. Emphasis on should. It's not going to fix this thing. Yeah, keep on chugging. I don't know what that word means, but I like it. Unless you're just saying a fancy way of saying chugging. Keep on chugging. Say should way too often when I'm coding. Yep, I feel you. Not physically. I'm not physically touching you. I just mean like in the metaphysical way, the mental way. I empathize with you. God, you know what I'm talking about. Jeez. It's actually another one of the jokes I really oh, actually, hold on. Does that? It does actually kind of fix it. There's this joke that actually, let me make sure I know. Did Fuzzy redefine a new word, or did he just mean chugging? Define chugging. It looks like chuglin is a deliberately hard guitar style, but I think he just meant chugging. in a fancy way, with pizzazz. One of the jokes that my buddies and I do that I really like is I do this with Gabe quite often. I'll be like, I don't know how to describe it. I'll just start with an example. I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna turn on the light. And I don't mean like turn on as in like arousal. I mean that I'm gonna go and actually flip the light switch on. No, I don't mean like I'm gonna flip out. I just mean that I'm gonna flip the light switch to the on position. Not flip out. And I don't mean out as in like this particular, like it just keeps going sort of thing. Like you just keep going down the whole thing. Like just keep going down the line. That's kind of what I like about it. That makes sense because the line in the song is keep on chugling. Keep on keeping on. Interesting. Dude, welcome, Matt. How are you doing today? No, I mean turn it on. I don't mean turn it on as in, turn it on that way. I mean this. Oh, dude, what is that? That's great. Oh my god, the driving works really good with it. That's super funny. Steer R? What the? That's great. That's so good, dude. I also love this flip out thing. Why does Jazz have so many emotes with girls with big personalities in the front and back? Can't hear you, but I'm with you. No lie. I love it. Yeah, this steer thing is so good, bro. I absolutely love that. I gotta keep that in mind. Yeah, I changed the life one because it was originally him holding the heart, but I like the idea of the no life thing. So that's funny. How do you do a plus steer? Because I'm in a bunch of horny streams. Yeah, what's up with you, Jazz? I was wondering. These girls they're thick, bro. They're so thick in different ways. Just getting going for the day. Nice to hear it, Mac. What are you working on today? Is it work? You programming some games? What are you doing? You doing some oil paintings? Jazz is horny confirmed. We figured that out today. These are all just from... I was going to say, you have mentioned you watch some women's streams and stuff, but I'm looking at the name of this emote and I'm like, wow, she literally has a button for slamming and it's not. That's hilarious, but what the fuck? Holy streams, that's disgusting. Where? Men wouldn't dare post. That is true. Men wouldn't post this. Honestly, why doesn't Tyler with all of the seed stuff have a nut emote? Now that I think about it. Work today, starting off with 200 plus issues. Oh my god. Is that just like tickets that come in? Yeah, oh my god. You have another one too. Alea Daedra 67 Dance. Oh my goodness. Jazz is going to make me have to change my age rating for this stream here. I have many. I'm a little scared how many you have. Yeah, horny streams where? That's disgusting. Okay, so now we gotta do the water rise. Pretty much, yeah, so for follow the sun model of support. I stayed up too late watching the Cloverfield paradox. Now it's a scary thing about science and stuff. Yeah, Cody had torque when. You know what's really funny, Tyler, is we actually Brent had suggested I do the bird with the donk, but I didn't like the donk that I drew for the bird. Should we do a bird twerk? Oh, what a terrible emote. That would be so bad. I kind of want to do it. What would that look like? I don't know. I also like the nut button thing too. That's really funny. I don't think it necessarily fits the bird. I could do him pecking it though. I could do him pecking the button. Oh man, birds are great because they do silly things. It's true. You're right about that, Fuzzy. And I actually don't know what Cloverfield is, or Cloverfield paradox. But that's scary thing about science and stuff. Science is scary, dog. You're right. You're right about that. Dude, I'm glad Tyler's getting a lot of use out of this mischievous bird emote. Yeah, twerk bird one. For some reason, I just keep thinking of the. Oh my god. Oh, now I kind of want to do it. Where is Oh yeah, we gotta. Hold on, I'm thinking of something. Oh, what is that called? Do I want to call it Skinner box? Do I want to call it Skinner box? Does that work? Let me think about it. Hold on. Skinner boxes is the conditioning thing. It's an operant conditioning chamber. Yeah, I should make a Skinner box emote. That would be really funny, dude. Holy shit. Operant conditioning, psychological. Okay, yeah, we can do this. I think that would be really funny. I really like this emote. Okay, let's see if I can do this right. Also, if you put a blanket over a bird, they'll think it's nighttime and fall asleep. Same as me. I'm pretty similar. If I get warm and I'm tired enough, I'm out. You can call it out for me. Okay. All right, we need reference material. This is exactly what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of this image right here. This bird hitting button thing. This is exactly what I want. I want to do this as an emote. This would be so fucking funny. Okay. Alright, can we grab the colors? I'll just grab this face here. Actually, can we grab the whole thing? Actually, I gotta grab it here, I think. GameMaker's got some weird copy paste. Please show the chat on the screen. Do I not show the chat on the screen? I'm pretty sure I do show. Oh. I need to see what Tyler put. He put code. Oh, you're talking about this this thing here? I thought this was amazing. He looks like he's combining Steer R. I don't know how. With 7TV Global, but it's absolutely amazing. It is so funny. Yeah, that's great. I honestly, I don't know how he did it. Maybe it shows in here. I guess maybe you can just type an emote and then you can type a TTV emote and it'll overlay it. That's awesome. I gotta remember that. That's so fucking funny. Did I take a picture of this? Yeah, I did. Make sure I got that. Okay. I'm glad the bird is getting use. Okay, I want to do Skinner box though. Let's see if I can do this. I had like one more animated emote slot, and I really like the idea of doing the Skinner box. Okay, let's pull the bird up. Okay. Oh man, how do we? It has such a subtle look to it. This is all going to come down to the timing and frame of animation too. Let's just try to get a bird form. So it's got a little bit of a hump. And then like this. Okay. And then we kind of got a curve into the feet. Okay. Okay. Now we can go from there. You can hardly see the back feet, like they're just almost non-existent. So let's go ahead and modify this. Okay. Simplicity. Okay, the bird has like a. This is too chunky. Let's try adding the beak and see how I feel about it. Wing is just partly defined, shadow under the bottom of it. Beak, maybe bigger, because that's going to be kind of the focus of the animation. Eyes as simplistic as possible. Maybe just black. Trying to show the cocking of the head, because it's a very subtle tilt. A lateral tilt. Okay. I think the eye helps me imply that. You can also add some darkness under there. Shadow around the legs. Okay. And then we've got to create the sense of space somehow. So it's actually probably pretty integral to have the bird literally within a box, which is good. Let's see if we, so what is a juxtaposing color? Actually, let's try for like a brown, I think. Maybe a tan, a beige. Okay, and then we create a depth of field. Gotta be closer. This is actually a much slower line. And this is also slower. Okay, and then it's the shading that actually gives it the depth. So this wall is darker. And the darkness can start on this line. And then we can adjust the colors as we need to. Is there actually a... Actually, maybe having a solid darker line is better. Let's get rid of the bird for a second. Oh, go back to this. Get that. There. Okay, we're close actually. This has to be like here. Okay. Giving a box feel. Okay, good. Go up by 10 for the highlight. It's subtle. Put the bird there. Okay. The floor is kind of wacky looking. It's almost like a checkerboard pattern. Let's make it dark. Or should it be light? What makes it easier visually to see the bird? Maybe darker. Maybe darker than that. Oh yeah, okay. Darker is better for that. Or should I do a checkerboard pattern like the actual thing has? Kind of looks like it's dithered by 2 is what that looks like. Let's get rid of the bird, dither it by 2 and see if we like it. Did the time, baby. Looks like Forson's up too. Did the time. Okay. Okay. Let's see what the bird looks like on there. Looks pretty good. Let's play with lighter colors though. So we can do, well, here, let's copy this. Let's do this. No, that is much harder to see. What about, okay, I actually do like the lighter variant, I think, more. We'll keep them both. Okay. Now it's all about the bird. So let's make sure the bird is consistent with our bird. Looks like my nephew when he gets a timeout. Good. Hey, timeout. Yeah, you put him in the cardboard box, right? I get you. We might want to drop this by only 5 because I want a bigger distinction between. I just want this one to be darker. Okay. Looks good. Okay. And then the wall needs a. Kashi showed me the wonders of K-pop. That's actually amazing. We need a circle. And this is going to be the conditioning. Okay. And then it has a black side and a white side. So the white side, and it has a black side. And it has a white circle in here. Okay, the bird might need to be moved back to show what's actually happening. Yeah, because he's standing there looking at it. Okay. Can I tell you all about cultural moment I had? Yes, Jazz, you can tell us anything. Tell us all your cultural moments. Okay, and then this is actually, you can only see the inside ring. Maybe this works. Okay. Do I want a rounder circle? Let's try this again. Oh. I messed up. Okay, this needs to be on this layer here. Okay, now we're good, we're good, we're good. So wait, delete this one, copy this one, and then cut this. Okay. Okay, and let's try again, but making the circle bigger. Does extend the edge of the screen. Let's try this. Actually, can we do it over here? I want one to here. Okay. Okay. I like that more than I like this. Well, on the bread layer again. I feel we're going to be scaling this up, so I almost think that we should. The smaller one fits with the perspective better. Okay. Sorry. I was like, wait, didn't I read that already? Okay, we had a new accountant, and he is from Africa, I believe. I forgot which country he said. But my senior director asked him if he had any dietary restrictions, and he said, no, the only thing I can't eat you guys wouldn't have. Well, my senior director prompted, and he explained that he can't eat zebra meat because it would be seen as cannibalism to him. And 2 things got to me. 1, I didn't know people ate zebras. And 2, I will probably never get to try zebra meat. 3, Yeah, that's my. I was gonna say that's like that was the thing I was thinking, Brad. I'm so glad you said it. I was like, why did she take this out of this and not the fact that he considers himself a zebra and that's seen as cannibalism? That was my first thought. I was like, what? That makes no sense. Is he a horse? Does he walk on all fours? What the fuck is he talking about? Didn't know people ate zebras, and I'll probably never get to try zebra meat. No gang shaming. Yeah, that's true. One, you even if you didn't know you ate zebras, you probably will try zebra meat if you've had McDonald's because I'm pretty sure all their food is just horse meat. I instantly assumed his culture believed they are descended from zebras. I don't know. I guess Jazz doesn't need to do that many leaps of logic to believe that they descend from zebras. Fuzzy chimes in with the open mouth. Huh? It's like kind of what I get out of that. Huh? Yeah, that's actually a really interesting cultural thing, Jazz. But if you eat McDonald's, you're probably eating horse meat. Let's be honest. If Macca's says zebra meat, then life goals achieved. It probably does. Can I Google it? I don't believe it. I honestly don't believe it. I think they got it in there. I want zebra specifically. Oh, we call them Macca's here. I don't. Am I saying that right? Macca's. Mackie D's. Give me the horse in prison jumpsuit. America was founded on cheeseburgers. It was. It was founded on cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers with horse meat, obviously. Pretty much. Macca's, okay. Okay, I like this so far. And then we need the, we need this square down here. And then in order to imply the square shape, it needs to follow the bottom of this here. Maybe lower. No, it's too big. Maybe I will just commit to the... can we move this over? Fuck, that's not what I wanted. Okay. That looks good. Okay, and then it's covered. So we can actually leave it like this. No? Leave it like that for now. It's actually a different color entirely. So maybe we'll do this. No. We can't do that because that's the same color as this. Okay, we'll leave it like that. Or do we do it darker than that? Yeah, okay, that looks good. Alright, now we do bird animation. So the only difficulty is that the bird is in a good position, but the room needs to be slightly to the left. Maybe it's not the room, it's just this line. Okay, relax. This line needs to be... This line is drawing too much attention. Is my problem. Because in the actual image, maybe if I just change it to... Yeah, that draws much less attention. Draws much less attention. And do we change these, or do I like that? Maybe I do it this. Okay, let's do that. No harsh lines. Then we're not drawing too much attention away from the bird, because this sort of gets in the way of the art. Okay. So I like that. Do I still like this, or do I need this to be like that? I like this box implication, even if it doesn't fit theoretically. So let's do... Okay. So let's do a... Okay, now we're going to start working on animation. So duplicate the sprite, just to hold our original sprites. And we're going to delete everything we don't need. Okay, so this is my slightly cockeyed bird, even though it doesn't necessarily look like it. Let's do a straightened version of the bird. So the head shape, the important thing should probably be the head shape looks slightly different. So maybe we'll back them up and have them like this. Eye is too weird. See that? And then maybe up like this. Why are we giving this bird an existential crisis? The idea of having a Skinner box emote is probably the funniest thing to me. Like, you know when a streamer just does something that seems like it's conditioned? Like, it's almost like a better, like, low IQ emote is kind of what it is to me. It's a better, like, you know how Tyler has that, like, 92 IQ emote? The idea of just, like, some streamer doing something dumb and people posting Skinner box is really funny to me. I don't get it. It's like, okay, so like Skinner boxes, if you don't know, it's operant conditioning. So what's happening here is that the bird is being conditioned by scientists to peck the hole. And every time it pecks the hole, it gets a treat reward that filters down through this little thing. And so the bird is repeatedly being taught basic commands and being conditioned in order to get food as the reward. So the idea is that, like, a very simplistic, like, form of learning with, like, food rewards can teach you to do things in the same way that, like, people get conditioned by, like, apps to use them more often. Science making birds horny for holes. I guess so, Jazz. Like, for example, like, you getting likes on an Instagram post is like a way of conditioning you to engage with the platform more, especially with the ways that they show, like, things happening. Like, if they give it, you know, like a bunch of hearts appear or things like that, or they do like an effect. Your comedy is too advanced for me. It can't be too advanced. You were a Muppet. You were a Muppet Twitch streamer at some point. I bet you have advanced comedy as well. You probably just don't have. I read a lot of psychology, so maybe that's why I find this much funnier. Comedy is too advanced. Okay, bird tails go up when they shift. That makes sense to me. And then the stomach would theoretically get lower. Don't make Fuzzy feel left out. I'm not. We're engaged with Fuzzy. If Fuzzy doesn't understand anything, I'm going to keep trying to explain it until he gets it. I gave a frowny face and mustache for emphasis. I was wondering. I'm just saying, don't put coders on stage doing a show. Yeah, don't. I'm just saying, don't put coders on stage. They ain't gonna be funny. Their jokes make no sense. They're too big-brained. There's too many cells firing. I think coders are allergic to attention like that. Depends. They really do depend. Oh. actually like this iteration more. Okay, good, good, okay. And then we need a thing here. I missed one message. Could be wrong though. Might just be intolerance. Could be. Could do be. It might really be. Okay, and then when the birds stretch, the wings flatten and the neck elongates. So it gets thinner. I think he's actually putting his beak in a hole. If I remember the thing correctly. So let's move the head even, because he's like pecking it, I think, is what the Skinner box is. We can thin the neck like this, and then we can take this here. Actually, this line needs to be flattened because the wings are going to spread this way. Maybe too sharp. Just enough. Does not have to be perfect. And then this tail's gonna go, I'm trying to think of like a bird. It's like this, like this. Maybe the back goes up. I like the head tilts. Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. He's gotta like look subtly, tilt the other way. I think the tail goes up here. Maybe up even higher. No, maybe down. Maybe down I like more. Maybe like here. Down to counterbalance. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured too. I think you're right, Jazz. Okay, we can actually bring the wing up a little bit, I think. Do. And then we can actually bring the legs a little bit forward almost with the implication here. Maybe like, does that change anything? Almost leaning forward. No, it doesn't work. Maybe this thins too. Yeah, I like that. Boom. Do I want to do one more here? I feel this should shift over by one though. This should not be here. This should not be here. Okay. We'll leave it like that, I guess. I'm content with this. And then we can do a recede animation. So looks at it, or sorry, stares, tilts head to the right, tilts head to the left, comes back. Maybe we can have an in-between frame between this, and then it's going to go down. to collect reward. So we'll do a down. Let's just move the head to start. It'll be a couple frames. The tail is going to come up significantly, I think, for this. And maybe the back is going to be like a little hump. And then maybe the eye is going to be... I like this actually. Okay, let's just do the form shape of it, and then once I get the shape I like, we'll commit fully. Let's get another one of these guys. And then it's kind of weird looking, but kind of sticks his head in there. So we can actually do this, and then the eye is like, it's like deep in here, and even the beak is kind of up in there like that. I'm only working with these 3 frames, so I'm trying to imply between each of them. You can see the feathers kind of come up here. I'm trying to keep it consistent, and then we got to add the ahoge so it looks like our bird at the end. But with those 3 frames, it gives me enough information. Actually, one of the books that I used to draw from early on, I was reading old articles about Joust, the arcade machine where you ride the ostriches and have to attack the other players with the lances, I think they are. The guy that programmed that for the ostriches, I remember reading a little excerpt that said he used a book called Animals in Motion, which is actually this old black and white book that just shows the frames of animation. What lance do them? You ride ostriches? Yeah, the game Joust. I'm sure you guys know Joust, right? I'm sure you're making a joke, but yeah, this game where your guys riding ostriches with lances. For the walk animations, he used a book called like Animals in Motion. And I actually bought the book, and it's just a bunch of black and white photos of animals in different walk cycles. It's pretty interesting. I don't have it here at the studio. I have it at my house, I think. Or do I have it here? I don't think I have it here. There's also one for humans too, but I didn't buy that one. I should probably get that at some point. Yeah. Wow, I want to see how Joust plays. Yeah, you're going to test if it's accurate because you guys actually ride ostriches in Australia? Is that... Is that what I'm getting here, Brent? Is that what you think of us Australians? No, we ride emus. Yeah, don't you guys have like an emu problem? Can't you hunt them as much as you want? Or rabbits too. I think there's a rabbit problem in Australia. Some places do actually have ostrich riding. You must weigh under 150 pounds. I'm a little bit over that right now. It's unfortunate. But you can buy a dozen ostrich eggs. Yeah, can you buy ostrich eggs? Or, sorry, you had a question there too. But can you buy a dozen ostrich eggs? That would be awesome, actually. That'd probably be pretty big. Also, it's not exactly humane. They aren't meant to carry loads like that. It's dangerous for both parties. It makes sense. They don't really look like they have the legs for it, so I could understand that. It is entirely fair. Probably would not ride an ostrich. Okay, and we can actually, to show this effect a little bit better, we can darken the face and the beak to show that he's getting something from inside the little cove. Doot, doot, doot. And then we can, since this is kind of like the apex of our animation here, let's give it some frames. Maybe we'll get rid of the beak. Or maybe we'll shift up the beak. No, I don't like that. Maybe we'll shift up the head. No, that looks weird too. Maybe just that's good enough. Can shape that a little bit more. Maybe we'll shift the wing a little bit. Maybe lower the back. Maybe we'll shift this forward actually. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at this at a slow frame speed because we're gonna have to add frames. Oh my god, yeah, dude, look at that. The coolest part is when the ostrich sprints across the ground. Yeah, I really love that game. I love the, it's a pretty hard game to play, but, yeah, it has really smooth animation for the leg walking, and, it's a pretty fun game. But yeah, the guy used just used a book. It's just a bunch of black and white photos. I'm pretty sure it's called like Animals in Motion or something, but you can look up YouTube videos for easier stuff now. Animation drew smooth. Yeah, thank you. I obviously have to add frames. We're missing a few. We need probably I actually want this to be like almost like a recede back, I think. Looking animation. Did I miss something fuzzy? I know, yeah, I got the dozen ostriches. You should hire him to script your streams. Were you watching when we played Fuzzy's game? Dude, you can go buy Fuzzy's game. It's 99 cents. Make sure you get a copy of that and play through it. It's got like an hour of content. Fuzzy is funny. Fuzzy's got the Tamagotchi game looks like it's coming along pretty well too. I'm excited for that. It's called Zombies Ate My Femboy. Sorry, I forgot to say the name. Yeah, no problem. Looking forward to it. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to time this correctly. Okay. It's pretty good. Alright, so maybe we'll add some stuff here. So, bird. Maybe we'll make this green after they hit it. So green, I don't like this green color. Let's change it. That is also ugly, ugly as sin. I'm gonna also 8-year femboy, but nobody gives him credit. Did he actually? Nobody gives him credit. He gets plenty of credit. What are you talking about? Okay, that green is much subtler. It doesn't take away from the animation. Sweet. And then when this is hit, I want this door to come up to imply depth here. So we're going to draw the door up. Okay, and that means these frames got to be black. We can actually probably do a slower animation for that. Okay. No, I actually don't like it slower. I like it fast. Okay. All right, I think this is every frame I need to do this animation. So now we gotta do an ace sprite, because it's just easier. All right. So I want to keep my layers. So we're gonna do this. Well, we can just call this box if we want. If we really just want to be simple about it. I need to type more than 3 letters, and we got bird. Okay. So start with the box layer. So I'm a little bit rusty on this, but we're gonna do box, and then new layer. And we're gonna do bird. Okay, so we gotta make sure we're on the box layer. Paste. Okay, then we're gonna do new empty frame, new empty frame, new empty frame. I think we have like 6. I should do 8 for now. Okay, and then let's copy every single layer. Let's move this over here so we're right next to it. Okay, so that's frame 1. Let's turn off the onion skin. This is confusing me. Okay, frame 2 on the box layer. Make sure we're clicking the right layer. All right, go back. Frame 3. Paste. Okay, frame 4. Paste. Frame 5. Paste. Frame 6. Paste. Frame 7. Paste. Okay, that's that. I'm going to do bird. And we can get rid of this layer. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just delete frame. Okay. It was harder than it needed to be for some reason. I suppose it should be harder to delete things just in case you have something on it. Okay. Then we have bird. Whoop, bird up. First layer. Bird second layer. And bird third layer. Then bird fourth layer. And then bird fifth layer. And then sixth layer. And then seventh layer. Okay, that's everything I need. So how do we do this? So what we gotta do, so bird looks. What speed are we at right now? We're at, I think, 100 milliseconds a frame. 100 milliseconds a frame. Okay, let's do standing frame. Okay, and then we're gonna do a 2-frame look, and then we're gonna go back to standing frame for 2 frames. So 1, 2, 3, look. 1, 3, look, back. Okay, what does that look like? Okay, this needs to be 1 frame longer, and then we can do a commitment almost from the bird after that. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Okay, I like it. Let's do a look. Maybe we'll bring the beak down for 2 frames. So he's like not committed to it. So wait, this. Created an entire Insta just for Kashi and that gang. The only notifications I get are a cat account Kashi told me to follow and that Dylan has posted his story. I may just not be a social media person. What do you mean you created an entire Insta? Oh, gotcha. You're talking about for the Tyler's community so that you can interact with them? Yeah, I mean, Kashi is like, I don't think he regularly shows anything. Yeah, the gang. He shows, I mean, he's pretty hidden about his identity and stuff like that. And then I don't really know anybody that uses Instagram more than I'd say Jade does probably, but. Okay, this back. I need this frame. Okay, it's got to be after this. Okay, it posts before a frame. That's why I'm getting confused. Yeah, but I wish I used Instagram. I just can't keep my attention. Interesting. That's probably not a bad thing. Okay, the only thing that I do is fix the door up. What the? Okay. Okay, I want the rummaging at the end to be longer. Okay, so we have a down, up. We need more of these. And then this is the up. Is Drew here? I didn't see that. Something is happening for 2 frames and it's looking weird. That's this. Bro, 7 a.m. start is criminal. Yeah, I was like, you know, I was supposed to see if I was going to help Tyler later today, but the roads are like really icy, so I don't know if I'm going to help him. I might just leave the rest of the stuff he's got to do to himself. But I was starting early because I was like, oh, I'm going to go leave at like 4 to go do that, but no. Yeah, it is criminal. I'm sorry, guys. I got up. I saw Brent was on. I'm like, pfft, I was already going to do it, but Brent got me going. Ice. Don't help. He's independent. Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking, but I do get paid for it, so. Oh, that looks great. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, do you like my Skinner box thing, Drew? I think this would be a really good emote. I think you'll get my joke. I'm thinking of this bird, the Skinner box thing, instead of like a low IQ emote. It's just Skinner box. It's always the getting started that's the hardest. It's true. It is the getting started that's the hardest. You're right about that. I can even do a pullback frame too. I absolutely love this, dude. This looks so good. I'm so happy with it. Actually, let's maybe we'll disappear the beak for like a frame and the face, just to make it look like he's actually getting in there. Finish the hardest part, methinks. Finishing the hardest part. Actually, I don't like that. I'm gonna leave it like this. Maybe I'll do the pullback frame though. So it'd probably be this frame. You know what else is criminal? Works Wi-Fi blocks the video, and I'm in the bowels of this building, so regular internet is poor. This 30-second ad has become over a minute due to buffering. Dude, that sucks. That does suck. I tried to turn it as low as I could, but I wasn't sure what I could do. That do be suffering. I think what I might do too in the future is I might... Yeah, I know you can't hear me. That's true. I might double stream YouTube / Kick / Twitch all at the same time. I'm gonna actually triple stream all three so that you can pick what platform. You don't have to watch an ad on it. Hi Drew, how do you like my Skinner box thing? I'm thinking of it as a low IQ emote. I think you would appreciate it. Instead of saying like low IQ, you say Skinner box, and then I'm thinking of this bird. This thing here. I'm sure you've seen this before. The operant conditioning thing. I think that's a really funny emote. Well, hey, I just realized the benefit of being a subscriber. Yeah, it's true. Wait, what was that? That's the bird. That's the thing. Unless you're talking about my desktop. It's from an anime. I don't think I can... Well, it's just from the anime. Ad-free is very nice. YouTube is whatever, but still works. Yeah, that emote is fantastic. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, it's from it's Record of Lodos War. I just really like this image. It's kind of low res, but it's an old anime that's based off of a it's like a bunch of Japanese people made like a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, and then they made an anime based off of it. Oh, this was the legs and the elf ears. Got it. No cap, I like it. Thank you. I think the low res gives it character. I think it does too. It gives an old look to it. Okay, and then for the final frame, if we're gonna make it loop better, we can actually add the door coming back down slightly. Yeah, let's go down and then there. I can probably just drop the door faster. Okay. God, I fucking love this emote, dude. This turned so good. This was really good, actually. I'm quite proud of myself on this one. Okay. This is my Skinner box. Is that what I want to call it? Skinner box? I think calling it Skinner box is good. Let's see that. Oh. Science has so many boxes, such as the one with the dead / alive cat. Yeah, Curiosity did kill the cat. You're right. Schrodinger's questions. I published a PR that is as the ticket describes, and I got a comment, this isn't the expected change. Thanks. Now I have to ask for you to elaborate. Yeah, maybe they should have put what the expected change was there. That would make most sense. I love unhelpful, vague, doom-inducing comments. Yeah. Why wouldn't you, if you're going to write that anyways, explain what you expect? Because how are you supposed to determine from the comment what the expected change was? Especially if it's not what they were expecting, right? That doesn't make any sense. All right. Yeah. I almost kind of want to put a big U over it, but I don't think that's necessary. I think it already gets. I have a question for you about sounds in your games. I bought sound asset packs from Humble Bundles, and I got some free ones online. But I renamed the files to suit my game, and I have no idea which sounds is from which pack. Do you credit everywhere you've got assets from in your game? That's actually really a question I can't answer for you, since the only asset that I have not made myself is some music I got from a friend, and then I got the copyright rights from them by making a contract for it. And I have music from another guy commissioned as well, and I have the contract rights for that I own the copyright, and I can do whatever I want with it. So I'd say most of the time, if you're going to borrow from places, you got to be wary of that place and what they allow. If it's a sound asset pack, I don't think that matters. But most people will explain what they're publishing under, whether it's like a free use without accreditation or things like that. I would be wary of that. Make sure that you check all the licenses for that stuff. I imagine you would probably only download stuff that is generally free and doesn't require any accreditation. It'll say like the licensing, like GNU or whatever underneath it or something. Yeah, you don't need to credit anyone if it's free though. So yeah, that's what I figured. I didn't think you would need anything like that. But if you do, for some reason, when you're playing your game in like a Twitch stream and you get like a copyright strike, then you know it's something from somebody's sound or music or whatever. So that's another way you can figure it out. You can upload to a YouTube channel and see. It's funny because he expected change 1 of 4 because I presented my senior a problem with the original change, and he's like, yes, I see that it's difficult to do it here. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, you must have shown them the change wasn't that good, and then the senior agreed, and then some of the people were like, wait, this isn't the change I expected. Yeah. Yeah, you should check into that, but I think you should at least take the time to do the credits out of respect. Yeah, it depends on what you're borrowing. I do think generally having credits for stuff is better in case people like sounds and they also want to use them, and it also pushes more traffic towards the people that make whatever sound it is. So I do agree with Mac there. But yeah, if you're just using like a program to make sounds or something, I don't know necessarily that needs to be accredited or whatever. I did send the guy who made BFXR a key of my game. I don't know if he ever redeemed it or whatever, but I did reach out to him and gave him a key for my game. Since I found the program really helpful for making noises. But all right, Skinnerbox GIF doesn't support GIF. Give me 2 seconds. I want to make sure this doesn't open up into a weird folder. Let's export each of these. Okay, and then I do want to upload it to Twitch. Give me 2 seconds, and then I'll get back to my screen in a minute. In case Twitch has my banking information or something just in open. I've never heard of Pixabay. I don't know what that is. Well, I don't want the echo of myself. Alright, fewer rewards, emotes. My final animated emote. Free sound, okay, I think I've heard of free sound before. I adore this emote. Skinnerbox. Upload. Alright, Twitch has some things to approve for me. close this. And we can get back to game design. Computer main. Sweet. See what you guys are talking about. Yeah, it does help build a community in case you're creating something using a tool, and we get to credit the tool. Yep, yeah, that's fair too. And it also helps other people look for it if they're trying to make something similar or whatever. Pixabay is a good sound resource. Okay, free sound. I get my music from it. Sounds like a pirate site. Yeah, they could have picked a better name. Freesounds.com. I bet that domain's worth a lot of money, though. I'm going to be honest. It's probably worth big bucks. Probably worth huge bucks. Okay, so we probably want to do the water rising. I do think you can only beat this level. Oh, actually we can't pick up. We gotta fix that. You should be able to pick up sound or sand near this. Close this. Actually, we don't need that anymore. We have it in the sand pickup thing. So if place meeting, actually what it should be is if this, how do I check that? Check if it's molded or not. Maybe I need this one to have a molded variable. Molded equals false. And set it to true. Because I can't do it off the build requirement. Or can I? No, I should be able to. I'll just do a build requirement equals 0. Less than or equal to 0. That should actually fix that. Okay. So searching for each of these of this. And oh, this is in collider. And build requirement is less than or equal to 0. Can pick up equals false. Okay. That should be good. We'll test that. I wonder how long it takes for emotes to get approved or not. That's interesting to think about. And then, yeah, after we do the water rising, I guess I'll just look at something else and then come back to this later to do the sound. Because all we have to do is sound. Well, we gotta test it, I guess, but... Okay, so you should be able to, after you... not necessarily. Requirement is less than or equal to 0. We're gonna have to do a molded variable. Molded equal... Well, we have master. And master.molded equals false. Let's try that. Let's look at our list too. See if there's anything that stands out to me as finishing. Okay, yeah, you can pick up sand after that. Okay, sweet. Okay, that is fixed. I may need to... Actually, you know what would make this level slightly easier? It would be to make the sand throw lighter. Because the problem is it throws way too far away and then you gotta run over to it. You know it would be funny. What would be funny, Fuzzy? Tell me. What would be funny? Maybe I'll do 2. Build a wall to stop Mongolians. That is an interesting idea. That may be pretty funny. Build a wall to stop Mongolians. Interesting idea, Fuzzy. I do have horses. Interesting idea. Okay, what is this? Okay, master doesn't exist. Got it. Figured it out. So that was in this. I guess we can... How do we want to do that? I guess we can do if instance exists master, because if the master doesn't even exist, we don't even really care about the rest of this code. Makes sense to me. We'll see. Okay, that's much better, but that is too short. Let's do... Can I do... For ball of sand... Is 3 the default? I think 3 might be the default. Let's see. I can do 2.5. See how I feel about that. It just needs to be less than what it is, because you throw it way too far in front of you. And that doesn't give you enough time to run up to it to build the sandcastle before the wave takes it out. That seems like less. Okay. Doable. I think it's easiest at the start, though. I think a good move to have... Yeah, I think so, too. Thank you, Brent. Okay, problem is that if they're mid-build, I don't want them to be able to grab this either. So place meeting. Maybe we'll do and phase equals 0. So if they're not engaged with the sandcastle, I don't want them to be able to pick up and modify the sandcastle while they're actually building it. Because the X and Y of the player is going to be like random across the actual sandcastle, so... Wait a minute, did I do that backwards? I think I did that backwards. So it can always pick up for true. And if the master, so if it's meeting player, it can... Oh. That doesn't make sense. Oh, this is... If the collider is meeting the player, it can't pick it up. Okay. And master molded equals false. Okay, then let's do... We gotta do this differently. If master dot molded equals false. Wait, if it equals true. If it's already molded, then other can pick up equals false. And then we gotta do if phase equals 0. I guess it should be or statement, couldn't it? Why don't I just do an or statement? Let's just do an or statement. So if the sandcastle has been molded, or it's meeting the player, or if phase equals 0, then picking it up equals false. That makes sense. Let's do that. I think that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. So why is that happening there? Why can't I pick it up after it's done? Well, I guess the thing is true and it's making it false. This needs to be false then. My brain is not working. Okay, so if we're inside of the collider and master exists, if place meeting player, you can't pick it up. Oh, I get it. Okay, sorry. We gotta do this differently. So you can meet the player, but molded needs to equal true. Well, okay, I get it now. Gotcha. Also, we need this separately. What? Base equals 0. And other dot can pick up equals false. Okay, I get it now. Because this is... Here, I guess we should comment this code. What am I doing? If meeting player and collision box, or sorry, if player collision is meeting player, prioritize the box. And if the tower is not molded. Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense now. If the player is engaged, you cannot pick up because we're moving the player randomly. Okay. All right. That makes sense. The logic wasn't in my head because I kept forgetting we were operating within the context of the player collision and not within the context of the sand pickup. All right. Huh? Now why can't I pick up sand here? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I fucked it up. If phase... Oh. That's my bad. If phase equals... What? No, Nobison? Yeah, it's gotta be 1. Because if we're engaged, we don't want to pick up any sand at all. Really. And it can only engage with this if the player, if it's not already molded, right? Yeah, master molded equals false. Okay, the sand tower. Okay. All right. I did it wrong. Is this a level that you can only beat? Is the way to beat the level just 1, 2, 3, 4? No, not necessarily. Wait, how did I get over here? Interesting. This level's looking kind of difficult. Yeah, it do be. I'm fine with difficult. I need to lower the numbers by like 1. Let's try lowering the numbers by 1 and see how I feel about it. It's looking pretty polished though for a level. I quite like how. So what we're gonna do 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Let's lower them by 1. Yeah, man. Yeah, I like how it looks. It looks pretty good. Obviously, once the water rises, I might play with the wave a little bit to give it more splash. Are you thinking of having modifications to the waves after they hit the constructed tower? No, but I'm thinking of doing potentially a like a particle effect to show like the water splashing. I probably should do that. I don't know if I want to modify the wave specifically, but it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Okay, that feels more doable. There are a few variables you can play with here. Wave speed, wave height, speed, duration between waves, as well as clicks required to build and build speed. Yeah, so the actual build speed is just based off clicks, so that's basically just build speed. I can play with the wave height, but I feel like that's pretty good to start. The speed of wave for sure could be one of them, definitely. The duration between waves I cannot change because as it stands, if you just run from start to nothing, you can almost get past the bridge. So I can't make the wave spawn any slower. I can make it spawn faster, but obviously that'd be more difficult. So yeah, speed of the wave, wave height, things like that, yeah. Do you think Tyler will get past level 20 in PoE? I definitely feel like he will drop the game. I don't know, with Jazz and Heather playing, I feel like he'll go further. What level did he stop at last night? I didn't see. I was doing other stuff in between. I was doing a bunch of emotes. I can also play with the distance if the wave pushes you as well. 4 to 5 probably at best. Well, it only gets exponentially more difficult as time goes on, so I don't know. Game look really pretty though, even if it's just like pretty grindy. How does one beat this level? What is the optimal strategy? There must be a way to beat it, surely. Okay, I think if I set up a tower here, and then I set up a tower here, and I use this tower to jump on this tower, and set up this tower here, and use this to jump over here. Oh god, I'm so close. A battle against the wave is not just straightforward. Yeah, I do like that too. I guess I set up a tower here or here. Actually, maybe the further tower is better. Okay. Oh, I was so fucking close on that one. I feel it. Okay, wait. Okay. That's doable. It is so doable, dude. I know, Fuzzy. I believe it is so doable. Oh my god, I believe. Okay, we can't really do anything there. Dude, you just gotta get a quick jump on that. Okay. Face me, wave. Actually, I might have been able to jump off there. Fuck. Okay, that was so close. I was doubting I had the time. Oh, my fingers aren't. I gotta be faster. This might actually feel better with the controller, honestly. This is kind of a pain in the ass. But I think I like the difficulty. It doesn't have to be easy. Okay, here. Okay, I gotta get the timing down. You need like 4 of these. 4 is like a pretty good conservative amount. The problem is if you accidentally pick an extra one up in your hand. Oh man, okay. Okay, I accidentally did an extra one. First one's fine if you do an extra one. I think we just need Tower of Babel, and I think we can beat everything. Okay, that's way too short. That's way too short. Need at least 4. You can go hard on this one, though. Okay. God damn it, I believe, dude. There's no way. I can also change the actual hitbox of the waves as well. That's another variable I can change. Oh, man, I swear, if that wave just hit like 2 pixels later, I think this level would be relatively beatable. But with a tight window. Ugh, I think I might change the hitbox. Let's look at it real quick. I think it's doable, but I want to see the hitbox. I think it's too far forward. Yeah, let's reduce it by 2. Alright, let's try that. I want to see what that looks like. If it's too easy, I'll make it harder. Difficulty is actually a really interesting topic of conversation after putting thousands of hours into a game you've been working on for 5 years. Yeah, good luck. Thank you, I'll need it. Because like sometimes things I find easy or sometimes things I find hard, like my gauge of difficulty is not as clear as a player getting into it is, so like I'll find a jump that's like easier for me or something, and it'll be really difficult for players. So definitely playtesting is king. Okay, I built way too high there. Okay, let's go wave. Show me your might. Oh, that is so doable, I believe. Okay, now, oh, okay, it's gotta be 4. Maybe we should just go as high as we can. Wait, can I just do that? Am I making it harder? No, I'm not. Okay. You have to somehow get past 2 waves. That much is clear. Oh shit, I did too high. Do you ever just want to call a level doable and not actually finish it? Just send it out and see if the players can figure it out. Just ship it, see who figures how to do it. Oh god, okay. Alright, we need Tower Babble. This is what I gotta get my macros on, this thing here. My middle finger is giving up. Okay. Oh, damn, that was close. Okay. Oh, I believe. Oh, okay, it is doable. Okay, I did do it there. That was tough, but I did do it. I think you'll never beat it. Yeah, shame on you. I just beat it. Oh, no. It was a poorly timed comment. Because I did just beat it, but I do want to see if that's still... Yeah, it's really tight, but I like it that way. I prefer it tight like that. Don't clip that. Don't clip that at all. Let's just pretend I didn't say that. Okay. Nice. Thank you, Brent. Yeah, you gotta be quick, dude. My finger's getting numb. It's a little too tight. Okay, don't clip that either. I was not thinking when I said that one. I don't want any of these. I don't want to see fucking clips after this. For any of those. Okay. This. Yeah, you gotta want it. You gotta really want it. Hope the next level after this doesn't require aggressive clicking. Yeah, I'm sorry about your audio. It actually won't. Maybe. No, I'm just going to... so we know the level's beatable. I might do the water effect next. Yeah, let's do the water. We might as well. Might as well give this a closing out, and then maybe we'll do the water particle effects too. I can always add that later. I can work on that. Yeah, it's probably just 30 minutes of me slamming the keyboard as fast as possible. Yeah, don't worry. We'll change what we're working on next. Actually, let's look at the list again. Is there anything I immediately want to do? A lot of the stuff is off-screen BS. I got to do my commercial licensing. Today I got paid. Let's do that. And yeah, that's about it. We're going to do the main stuff, and then we're just going to try to get as many levels as we can done. So, Steam cloud saving. I do want to look into the cloud saving. I haven't done that yet, but I got to get the Steam extension. Maybe I should do that later today. Might be a pain, but we'll see. Okay. So let's figure out the water. So, first off, level looks pretty good. But the water needs to be different. Let's turn off this. Let's get rid of all that water. Okay. Undo this. The new water in here. Oh. And there. We have this fill. Okay. So now we have the new object water in here. Now we need to program it. So we want it to go up. And then we want it to go down. Up and down. Move up, move down. Y minus equals v speed. Pretty simple. And then we're going to do the same thing for this. This looks like it has much more things. We don't need this. We just need up, and then we need down. Good. And this will never be destroyed, so we don't need that. And we don't even need this. Good. Pretty simple. Up and down. So let's give it a v-speed. Well, v-speed we're going to change. Okay, we'll just leave it as it is. Yeah. Okay. No. actually, we can give it a v-speed. We'll make it 2. We'll see how we're doing with 2. Same for this. This one will be 2. And then when the level starts, oh, actually, that's what we should do. Okay, let's do it. So we can use math to solve this problem. So we have water that begins at 304. And we kind of want it to overflow just a bit. Probably up to 288. Oh, wait, what is that? 330. Wait, I was reading the wrong number. 336. Math. Gross. It's true. But we can use math. So we have 336, and then we have 128. So what is 336 minus 128? And then we got to do some other math. So that's 208. We have 208 pixels to work with. So we need it to cover a span of 208 pixels. And I believe 4 seconds is what the timer is set at. We gotta look at the spawner. Yep, it is 4 seconds. So we need that. So we can divide this by 4. So that means we're gonna move 52 every 30. So then we're gonna divide that by 30. So 1.7 is actually what the speed is gonna be. So let's make the speed 1.7. 1.7. And that should get us to our target. Oh, actually, that doesn't work, does it? Because, yes, the water does, in fact, need to cover that distance, but it needs to cover double that distance once it's up, right? We'll figure that out later. Okay. The first thing is it needs to go up. So we'll start it at phase 1. It needs to go up for 4 seconds. I think that makes sense. So then this will have a timer. (30 times 4). And we have a timer equals timer max. Okay. And then we'll do if timer is less than or equal to 0. Actually, we'll do if it's greater than 0. Sorry, I was focused on my game for a moment. What are you doing with the water? Is it rising? Yeah, it's going to rise to just give the effect of like it's overflowing onto the bridge that's creating the wave. That's all we're doing. It's just a slight little effect. And you never need to apologize for working on your game, Brent. That's what we're all here for. Nice one. Thank you, Brent. Good work on your game, too. Keep up the great work. Getting distracted from my stream to do work. Good job. Okay. And then once it goes into phase 2, timer max needs to equal less time. So it'll only equal 2 seconds because that's half the distance, because we're going to move half the distance each time. And then we're going to copy this over the same way. Except instead of doing phase 2, we're going to go back to phase 1. And theoretically, if everything in my head is correct, this should work the first time. Emphasis on should. What the hell am I looking at? If it does, then you did something wrong. Well, it didn't, so I did something wrong. Okay, first off, what the hell's going on with this? Second off. Oh. Wait. Huh? Phase equals 1. Oh. This needs to be minus. This needs to be plus. Then we need to copy this. This also needs to be in the water. My number one of development. You are probably always wrong. That is a very good, truthful thing. Mac, you are probably always wrong. Yeah, the computer is probably not wrong. It is you. You are doing something. Unless you're using a beta version of GameMaker. Then in that case, you can potentially, sometimes, on the off chance, maybe 1 out of every 100, it may be their fault, not yours. But usually you're wrong. That's how it goes. Okay. Let's see if this works. For some reason, I feel less confident after the first time, even though I know I've fixed more stuff. I suspect there's something I'm forgetting because I didn't even get to see the water move to begin. Well, I guess it was moving in the wrong direction, so maybe it'll work this time. It's possible. 60% of the time, you're wrong every time. That's also a good percentage. Just err on the side of safety for sure. 60%, you're probably wrong. All right. Okay, that comes up. And it doesn't go back down. It comes up. Wave spawns. Good, I guess. Actually, we should probably... we gotta do some work here. Something's gotta change. Let's do 2 speed. Let's do... phase equals 1 for that, huh? Okay, why is the water not moving? First off, oh, phase equals 1. Figured it out. Done. Okay, water's gonna move. Second off, why doesn't this go back down? So if timer is greater than 0, subtract it, then phase equals 2, reset. Oh, my bad. Timer max, and then timer equals timer max. That's what I need. My bad. Which means it's broken in the other one too, because I copied the code. So let's check that. Yeah, okay. And then we'll try that. And we will pray to whatever God is responsible for programming in the pantheon of gods. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Maybe the one that has to do with light because of electronics. Closer. We are closer. Looking pretty good. It's a little weird, but it's doing something. I can obviously drag this down here to fill that gap. I don't know if I wanted to go that high. I was trying to get to maybe the height of the wave, but maybe it just looks weirder with that hard edge, but we don't have to be perfect. We don't have to be perfect. Some things can just be ugly. Actually, let's lower the water height. I want to see what that looks like. Let's go back to the 1.7 that I had before and see if I like that more. You know what? It doesn't look terrible. It could be worse. For this level, it looks pretty good. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. If I really wanted to do something funky, I could try to find a way to just make the wave spawn off screen to the left and then come to the... I might do that. Why talk about it when I can just do it? It's still going to be a little confusing though. I don't know how I feel about this. Where is the wave even spawn at? We gotta do more math. Okay, so it starts at 304. 304, 160. 304, 160, okay, and then it's 3 scale, I think. Okay, so it starts there, and we want it to start here, and then get to here. So, or actually, it can start here. Okay. So, that is 480 minus 304. And then we have to do 176. It needs to move 176 pixels. It moves 1 every 30 because it has an H speed of -1. No, it moves 1 every step of 30. So it moves -30. So it's basically 1 to 1. So what do I need to do? We need to get 176 pixels. And we need to figure out how long that's going to take to get there. Well, it's going to take 176 steps. Pretty easy. But then we have to account for that we want it here at the 4-second mark of the spawn. So we have to add 176 frames and then spawn it off screen. Or we have to subtract 176 frames. That's what we have to do. So subtract 176. And then we spawn it off screen. That actually should work. I just closed the level. Okay. Castle. That should work. We'll see. So theoretically, if we want it by there, then for the wave controller, we need to do the weight minus 176 because we're going to spawn it 176 frames earlier, and then we're going to spawn it at, oh god, I forgot what we're going to spawn it at 480. 480. As long as you can't run, yeah, as long as you can't walk to the end, which we're subtracting time, so we shouldn't be able to. I think that solves that. I just want the effect to look like it's not just popping into existence randomly. I'd rather it come from off screen. So theoretically, if I cut off 176 frames to account for the fact that we're spawning 176 pixels off screen, then that should work. Okay, it works. Just not at the same time because this needs to be here. Okay, I mean, I like that better. So first thing we gotta fix is that the wave cannot start decreasing until it's here. Because that's where we originally had it when we did all that programming, was that it was at the edge of the bridge and then it started decreasing. So if x is less than or equal to 304, then you're allowed to start reducing. So that should keep that stable. Now we gotta figure out this water. Could you have it in the step event match the y of the top of the water at the bottom until it reaches the shore? Then the y is fixed at ground level. That's actually a great idea, Brent. That solves a lot more problems. Yeah, dude, that's really good. Let's just do that. Good call. Yeah, I mean, we can try that. I don't see why not. That's pretty easy. So let's see what that looks like. So then there is actually only one water fill. So let's make sure Brent is on top of it today. Yeah, dude. He's programming my game for me, dude. I don't need he's watching my code. He's he's only on 2 hours of sleep and he's like, walk the dogs. I got everything I need. Lamau. He's on it, man. Yeah, so there's only one water fill. And the good thing about the water fill is that it's below the water. And so this is, we can always redo it. Yeah, Fuzzy, you're a professional game dev too. It's true. Fuzzy is a pro game dev. So we're going to match that. The overflow water fill washing is what we're going to do. So we'll do if instance exist obj and lumper. That's true. And lumper. That word is still very good. I'm glad Fuzzy taught that to us. Overflow water fill washing. Y'all didn't even know what a lumper was. I had no idea what a lumper was. I thought you were making shit up. I'm gonna be honest. I was like, huh? What are you talking about, Fuzzy? It's greater than 304. Then my y equals ej overflow water fill washing, else y equals y start. Since we're starting our y there, we'll just keep it there. Adhere to the water. Good idea, Brent. Thank you for that idea. That's very easy. My next professional will be a Billigon jointer. That's another word I gotta learn now. Well, that word doesn't exist, so you're lying. Profession. Yeah, I forgot that's what you meant. Your next profession. Yeah, but now I can't. Now that I do, I can't help but feel you're super physically fit and super creative, and all I'm is super jealous. Wait, but now that I do, I can't help but feel you're super physically fit and super creative, and all I'm super at is jealousy. Well, what are you talking about, Brent? Your game looks good, dude. You gotta be jealous of yourself. That's what you gotta do. New strat. I just assumed it was someone who is a huge fan of Lump by the President of the United States of America. It's true. Super jealous. Dude, you can release your game right now, Brent. What are you talking about? Why does my game say success at run? It didn't even run. Did I miss something else? This. I got all my things. Okay. Just gave up. You just need to add more of the diversity things you were talking about to get that grant, Brent. That's what you got to do. Okay, the wave doesn't exist. It's intangible. What the hell is that? I was saying you got to add more of the diversity stuff to your game, and then you'll be set to get your government grant that you're looking for. If y is greater than... Yeah. You can add aliens, too. That's even more diverse. Since people keep talking about that. Oh, I just made it equal to the instance itself. What the hell am I thinking? So I'm mumbling a little bit now. I need a princess from every continent. Honestly, you do. And, like, your game is pretty perfect for the diversity thing because it's a bar. So you could have literally everyone coming. Orcs, elves, dragons. That sounds like diversity to me. Okay. Look at that. Why is that happening? Super diverse in a fantasy world. It looks good. It's clipping. I don't know why it's slower than usual, though. Why does it feel so slow? I don't know. I guess it's doing the right distance. It just feels weird. Because the water isn't at the top when it does release. So when is the water at the top? Not at 304. Yeah, the origin. So snaps up on the left, hits the top. Now the origin's in the middle bottom. That doesn't matter, but I think what it is it the origin? I think it's doing it correctly, but we just need to time the water better. I think it's when it gets... Yeah, you're right. Maybe you're right. Let's look at it. Oh, the origin is there. Yeah, that's true. Okay, it is left. Lower left. Yeah, it is just a waterized timing. So we'll deal with the timing for that. So what are we at now? It's basically off by half. So maybe to start, we'll do a... I guess let's just keep testing it. We'll just keep going in and out and testing it. Looks like the time is backwards. It does kind of look like that, doesn't it? I think it is running properly, though. Yeah, the time is backwards, actually. That's a good point. It's basically backwards. But the problem is we need to start to get up there. So let's do a v-speed of 1. We'll change the v-speed to 2 after. It fires the wave of the valley rather than the peak, yeah. That's how I test most of my stuff. I think that's a good way to test stuff. We're going to start at half the v-speed, and we're going to see. So we're going to change this to 1, 2. And then change this to equals 2. Because the timing is correct to some extent. We need to figure that out. And I can add frames if I need to. Because we can do a slower rise or a faster fall or whatever. All right, let's see what 1 looks like. Okay, 1 does not get far enough up. So we got to change the time. Actually, the time needs to be double. I already figured it out. Okay, time needs to be double for that. Because that'll bring us to our original position because I have the speed. And then that should do that. And then we'll see what the rest of it looks like. So 8 seconds on the up. Honestly, too tall. But it's pretty close. Okay, let's do, it needs to be a little faster. So let's do 7 and then 1.1. 5.1 and then 7. We'll just keep working at this till I like it. That's how I feel about it. Okay. Closer. Closer. Oh, we are so close, dude. Okay, so first one needs less time on the top. Well, if I do less time on the top, it's going to affect the rest of them. Alright, let's just focus on getting the time on the first one good, and then we'll work on the second one. So I kind of like that. Let's do we want to do like 5 seconds? Cap it by 2 seconds? We'll see, we'll see. Oh wait, sorry, that's only I gotta do the other one too. Doobie visual effects. That's too short. Okay, we gotta do something in between. The Goldilocks zone. Not too hot, not too cold. It's gotta be 6. Actually, maybe it's gonna be 5.5. Oh, I forgot the 0.5. Let's see what that looks like. And then I'll do 6. Piece by piece, it comes together. Oh, we're so close. It has to be 6. Okay. It's just 8 that looked really big. That's why I was trying to veer away from it. The wave comes in, crashes ashore. That is actually perfect. Let's see what the other ones look like. Pretty good, actually. Oh, no, they changed slightly. Hello, Addo. How are you? What are you doing? The wave is slowly getting too slow for this, is it? Waves. Yes, many waves. I feel there's a point where this won't sync up, but it seems like it's taking a long time to get there. Floating waves. Yeah, it's like starting to clip more now. Looks like it takes a long time, so it doesn't really matter. If at all. I don't know. Maybe it's just my brain playing tricks on me. I do feel like the longer this runs, the more offset they get, but it's so tiny. Maybe make the pillars of water moving below the waves. No, I want them to cover up the, oh, you mean have like a thing here, like an animation or something? That's not a bad idea. That's actually a good idea. Let's do that. Great idea, Ada. I think I know exactly what you're suggesting. We're going to take the pillars of the water. We're going to make it moving below the wave to give it a transition. Good on you. Good idea. And that'll help this effect a little bit. Actually, let's maybe we'll make this sprite a little bit wider. So we'll do like 54. We'll keep it to the left though. And then we'll do a layer for water. Can you do a debug message to show the water wise position when the wave hits a pier? Tyler better not drop here before I get to play. Dude, I'm hoping he doesn't. We'll see though. Water wise when the wave hits a pier. Yeah, I can. I actually don't use debug messages that much, so let's teach me, Brent. Let's see it. So we'll do debug message. Show debug. Format array value. Oh, I did extended. Value or format. Yeah, I kind of figured it's like that. So wave, well, overflow plus, and then this. I would type something like, and this would be like string, wouldn't it? Because you want to see the water y plus string water y. Yeah, just like that. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. And then we know that this is going to hit at 304 every time. So we only need to see this, right? That's what you wanted to see each time when it hits. Yeah, because this should theoretically change. Ooh, and then we could use math to figure that out. I don't know how I would do that. Okay, hold on. Let's do Ado's suggestion first because I do like that. And then I'll look at that. So first off, let's add a little bit more taper here. Just a bit. I love math. Well, this is a complicated problem. So we might need your help. Sounds like you're getting near needing some trigonometry. Yeah, we might. I don't know if we fully need trigonometry yet, but we're close. Okay, let's get some this, and then we can do a little bit more here. And this can be in the back. We're edging on the line of trigonometry. We're edging trig. Yeah, we're technically using a sine function. That's also what I was thinking slightly. We're really close to that. Okay, so this goes. Sweet. Okay, so now I need to do Ado's suggestion, which I do like. So right now, what we have is we have this wave. What's the easiest way to explain this? The wave comes up and comes down, and then this thing snaps to this position when it reaches the bridge. But you can see that this speed of the wave rising is oscillating off the fact of this, and as this goes on longer and longer, it gets farther and farther away, so the transition of it snapping looks less thing. No, we don't have to explain. I'm not explaining the math. I'm just explaining the what our problem is. Unless you're asking Mac to explain the technically sine function thing. But yes, once we have the debug message in it, we can see it more clearly. I still don't see the issue. I know it's really subtle to see, But basically the problem is that the longer this goes on, the wave is going to end up being too fast, and then the distance that this thing is snapping to is going to be more offset. Time for some buy. You guys, I can't help but think as we keep talking about trigonometry and trigging and edging trigonometry and pi, there's something wrong about all these terms together. It's not working for me. Oh, how it's a sine. But that's too much of a question. Well, it's like a wave, basically. Yeah, I haven't compiled it with the show debug thing, but when I do, I'm gonna work on the sprite first, and then we'll do that. Oh, actually, this needs to be dark if we want this effect to work. Why is it a problem? It's a problem because at some point the effect won't look as smooth as it is right now. Because it'll snap, like the wave will be down here, and then this thing will snap up there, or this oscillating sine wave thing here, this will snap really far up, assuming this changes over and over. I'll just leave it running, and then we'll see if we have an example of it. We shall see. All right, I like my... Actually, I want this to be under the highlight, because I like my... Okay, can we... Okay. Should be like here. Why is it increasing? Does the code have the rate changing? No, it doesn't have it changing. What's happening is that this big wave, whenever it reaches this edge here, it'll automatically snap to that Y value so that it floats along the Y value. The problem is that this is just oscillating. It doesn't have anything else going on. And then this is attached to it for the oscillation. But as the oscillation gets slowly offset over the course of it running, then the distance of this snapping to the bridge is going to be greater. It's a matter of precision. Yeah, it's just a precise thing. It looks fine now, but over time, it's slightly off, so... Okay. Let's try to do this over here. So this is going to be that. Actually, this is going to be... This is going to be here. Yeah. Brent has a solution. Can always count on Brent. Give me a couple seconds. I'll do this and I'll check that out. Oh, I fucked it up. And then we add in the dark. It's kind of subtle. I don't know if I like that. Maybe we'll make it white. Gives it a little bit more transition, I suppose. Is it better if it's just blue? No, you can't even see it. Leave it like that. That looks pretty good, actually. Alright, let's see what Brent's solution is. What if we say it snaps to the Y of the shore when the wave X value... Oh, that's a good idea. Was reaching the bridge at different times because your values up and down, left, right, don't 100% align. Yes, yeah. I think the period of the water needs to be equal to the distance of the wave spawn location and the wave end location, the Y-lock location. Yeah, I do believe that is exactly what we need to do. I get how it's trigged now, yeah. Yeah, Mac is right. The period of the water needs to be equal to the distance of the wave spawn location and the wave end location. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting, complicated problem. I'm going to use Brent's solution because I think that's close enough. if the wave X value, it might slowly offset the waves though. Here, let's see with the show debug code. Let's see what fraction of difference it is. Because it's probably really, really slight. It is probably very, very slight. Like fractions of a number. I don't even think. I just happened to notice it because I was like keying in on the wave spawning. This is a lot of thinking for the morning, guys. Solving math equations. But see, if I implement Brent's solution, then that means that the level will actually get easier as time goes on. Because it'll wait until the wave is at the right location. Right? I think that's how it would work. I don't know. I guess it would still be the same. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Alright, so the waves come up. Oh, why does it keep? Oh, I have it incorrectly. Hold on. We're getting way too many. We only want to do it if it actually snaps, not if it not otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, just when it snaps. So we basically just want to do it once. So this should be here. We might need something that says message if message equals false. Why is message a keyword? What the fuck is that? No documentation. None. No documentation on that. Why is that green, bro? I've never used message before. Me neither. It's not even in the documentation, bro. I just clicked it. There's no document on it. What even is that? Does everything have a message value? I don't understand what that is. Why is that a built-in variable? That's crazy. Message 1 equals true. That's new for me, man. Message. It must be something to do with sending messages. No, that doesn't make any sense. What would message be for in the context of an object? Now I actually want to see what message is, too. Can we look at it? Can we do message? I want to see if it actually has data in it. Yeah, kind of comment to an object? Maybe. Maybe. Variable definitions? I don't know, dude. That you can call if you reference it. I guess so. I don't know. We're going to see if it's holding anything. Because like I said, I middle click and the documentation comes up with nothing. So maybe it's like a later function for them. All right, let's see what we get. Ah, that's funny. Message is not sent. So it's a built-in variable, but it has no value. That's so weird. Maybe somebody just didn't tie up a loose end or something. That's why it's not in the documentation. It doesn't even exist, but it is a built-in variable. Strange. And annoying. I wonder if that shows up in debug as well. I'll have to check. Because I think it shows all built-in variables in debug. But obviously that one was not. Yeah, weirdest thing I've seen all day. It's true. Weirdest thing I've seen all day too. Okay, let's see what it's at. I barely left my desk, so I haven't seen that much. Dude, you were talking about you walk the dogs, dude. Yeah, look, it's like 3 pixels off. It's like 3.6. Oh. No, it's the same after that. Interesting. Maybe it doesn't change after that. Maybe I'm just delusional. Interesting. Huh, okay, maybe it's not a problem. Right. It fluctuates a little bit. I bet if we saw I bet if we had another decimal, a couple decimal places, I think it would actually show up. But I think it might be so tiny, because theoretically this should get off each time. But it might be so off that it might be so little that we don't see it, or imperceptible. Okay, this level's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with where it's at. I'm gonna move my keyboard pretty far up, and then we're gonna try to beat it. Hopefully that's not loud for you guys. I have another idea. Nah, I'm not that worried. You're welcome to type it out, but it's pretty fine right now. It's okay. If the players get a one-up on me, it's not the end of the world. I've seen them do some pretty janky stuff. Actually, for example, like, I don't know if I can show you this, but the hard mode dragon, I gotta change the sprite angle for that too. So for this dragon here, when you get to the 5th phase, if I can get there, we'll see. So when you get to this phase, hold on. If I don't die. The Chinese players stood on this side, where actually you're supposed to be on the left side, and then they would wait for an item to spawn to get it, which is really funny, because you're not supposed to be over here for this side. You're supposed to repeatedly jump on top of each of the shields and avoid the thing. I somehow died. I don't know how. Maybe a fireball. But I thought that was really funny. You could use the logic I said before, but also include an or to say if the wave X reaches a shore part, not the pier, and the water Y is down at the bottom, the wave snaps to the Y of the shore. But it's like a failsafe if somehow the player was there for hours and it does become an issue. Yeah, I feel like I should just give it to them if they're going to play that level for hours, though, so I'm not entirely opposed to that slight differentiation. Because, like, man, persistence is one of the things in my game. If they persist that long to doing that level, more power to them. Like, I'll just let them have it. I don't need to be that picky about it. It's a win in my book. Could actually be a feature. It could be, yeah. Honestly, it just depends on our perception of it. Dandelions aren't weeds unless, you know. I mean, I make dandelion tea, so I don't consider a dandelion a weed, but a lot of people do, so. I technically beat the level, okay. It was tight, but I did beat it. Woohoo, yeah, dude, this is good. Good level, fun. Turned out pretty sweet. I'll probably still do some water effects like Mac was suggesting. I don't know if I'm going to change the actual waveform at all. Oh, that's an error. Okay, interesting. So it looks like sometimes if you're in the middle of a build phase, you can override the wave somehow. Maybe a sun or a bird flying around. That could also be fun too. Or a crab. Yep, a crab could be fun. Just add some little extra stuff in here. But this is pretty good. It's playable. All that stuff can be added later. I definitely want to focus, I want to use the Pareto principle here, where I think that's what it is. That I should be focusing on like primarily the content rather than the polish necessarily, if that makes sense. I should be focusing on getting more of the content done. As long as the levels are playable and people can challenge themselves, I can always add the little details later. But they are important. So, okay, there is an error here. We can somehow... I'll have to figure it out. I don't know what it is right now. But while I'm working on the castle, I can somehow skip through the wave. Somehow. Yeah, it's something to do with picking up A. So it's when we have a full thing. It's when we have a full tower that is shaped. And I throw sand on it. These are just like Excel functions. I love it. Yeah, basically. Wait, are you talking about... You're talking about the math aspect of it? I think you could be a programmer, Jazz. I'm going to be honest. I made cheese Addo. That's great, Addo. I'm so glad you made cheese. I'm excited to catch all the Addos. Yeah, all this stuff. Yeah, it is just math, basically. Except you got to keep time in the only addition is basically the dimension of time. Because everything's happening over the course of time, so... Okay, it's an error because we're picking up a piece of sand, and then we're actually throwing it when we're defaulting. How do we want to solve that problem? Interesting problem. Yeah, Jazz, if you like math, you'll probably like programming. Now that I think about it. Cheese and Discord. There's no problem. That's the fun piece. Oh, time is no problem. That's the fun piece. That's true. It is the fun piece. Let's see the cheese Addo. See what we're working with. Dude, looks great, man. Looks like a piece of Swiss cheese. And he's got 2 eyes, too. Symbolic. Revolutionary Addo. Alright, let's see if I can solve this problem. And then I'll end stream and go eat some food. I did eat before I started streaming, so I'm not starving, but... Or fasting, I should say. How do I make coding a job? Well... You could take some pages out of Fuzzy's book. He just made a game in 3 months. And then, like maybe not game dev. Interesting. I don't know. You'd have to look in other career fields then. Yeah, it's been 4 hours, Brent. Time's moving fast, isn't it? Yeah, I think we're at 4 hours probably now. Yep, we're at 4 hours and 3 minutes. But I want to see if I can solve this problem before I end stream. Not long enough, I know. I guess I just need to do the 8-hour streams. More Cody, please. Yeah, how much work do you have left, Chaz? I do want to solve this problem. So let's do that and we'll see where we're at. Till 5. Oh my god. Don't leave. Okay, dude, I just picture like those like emoticons people use it where they have like the little hands. Actually, Jade uses it on me. The raccoon arm. Oh my god, it's so funny. Don't leave. Alright, let's solve this problem first. Get a degree or become ungodly and move to Silicon Valley to join a startup. Yeah, could have been no life. Perfect. Yeah, no life. That was a good use of that emote, Brent. Okay, let's see here. This is a really weird problem. So, it's only when the tower is finished. It's only when this problem appears. Because I'm resetting it back to the start position, and then they're able to grab sand. And the sand collides with it. Yeah. Noted, we'll look into. Yeah, it's probably your best bet. Getting a degree in marketing to pivot out of accounting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if you like the math stuff. I mean, that's an aspect of marketing for sure, but if you like the programming, solving problems thing, then that's its own thing. I suppose you could use both, though. How do I want to do this? I could make it so that the player can't work on the tower when the water hits it, but that's interesting. Yeah, why don't we do that? So, for this, if instance exists master, I think we solve our problem. What Addo to do next? It's a good question. Where there's cheese, there's crackers, Addo. Where there is cheese, there's crackers. And ham. Banana dough. Yeah, it needs banana Addo. Banana dough. Which program are you using to code this? This is our game maker I'm using right now. Bobcat. Welcome to stream. Yeah, I use Game Maker, and then I've been working on my game for 5 years, and then I'm releasing an update shortly for Christmas. So, wait, there's an ad. Okay. Yeah, let me know when the ad's done. All right, here. When ad is done. Let me know when ad is done, and then I can explain it. Did I miss it? Oh, came literally the moment ad ended. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I can't leave now. You're right. I gotta solve this problem, and I gotta do more. Jazz needs me. That's what she does. She needs me here. Yeah, hi, Bobcat. Welcome to stream. How's your day going? I'm working on Jump Off the Bridge. I have a bunch of weird levels. The game is pretty simple. Your goal is to just jump off the bridge. Yeah, great timing. It is really good timing. Pretty simple, but it gets more and more difficult. You can pick up items, and then there's obstacles. And the obstacles get more and more stranger as time goes on, basically. I have to actually fix the collision for that. But anyways, we got weird levels. We got boss fights. We have to kill the bosses. I got a beehive, where you gotta kill the bee and avoid the queen. I got some other random. I got like a, how would you say it? I can't remember the name of the game right now. The one where you have to ascend the tower. Jumpman? Jump King? Bon Appetit. It's like a ragdoll level. I think it is Jump King. Jump King, that's what I'm thinking of. You gotta use this ball to ascend to the higher heights. Visually distinct levels. I also have this MC Escher level, where in order to jump off the bridge, you have to figure out where this goes, sort of thing. But right now, we're working on this. Let me make sure I didn't miss any thing. Just working on some code too for a website I'm working on. Okay, interesting. So are you doing HTML and like CSS, PHP, and all that stuff? Cool. And are you interested in doing games? Since we have a lot of game devs in chat. Brent is working on a multiplayer tavern brawler game. Mac is here somewhere. He's made a bunch of games. He's working on a game right now that's like a card Slay the Spire game. Jazz is debating if she wants to dip her toes into games. Addo has a Find the Addo game that he's updating. Python Flask app, but yes, interested in games eventually too. Gotcha. Watch it be Angular. What is Angular? Is that a type of code? Yeah, Addo's working on games. And then also Fuzzy is now a professional game dev. He just released his Zombies Ate My Femboys game on Steam as well. It's a JS framework. Oh, web framework. Okay, gotcha. Python Flask app, but yes, interested in games. Yeah, games are pretty fun, I will say. I get a lot out of it. And, I mean, most of my sales are in China, but, and I can reach that community through different ways, but it's interesting to see everybody that you get to meet through it, so. Universality to it, I guess I should say. I think what I'm going to do is prevent the player from engaging with building the sandcastle when there's water colliding with the castle itself. So let's try to do that. Sandcastle level. Yep. Sandcastle level. Got to build those sandcastles. Has anyone from China tried to reach out to you with feedback? Yes, to some extent. So I actually used to go to billybilly.com, which is like the YouTube of China. And I would read comments. I would translate them with Google Translate. The only difficulty is that now, in order to get an account to read comments on Bilibili, I have to send them a copy of my driver's license. And I wasn't sure necessarily if I want them to have my driver's license or not yet. And then you also have to do, in China, you have to do like a test, like a 50-question questionnaire, because they care about the etiquette and level of quality of the people on the website, and they want to make sure they adhere to that. And so they have you go through like a training like course essentially to be a good internet person with etiquette that you have to complete, and it's all in Chinese. It is not in any other languages. So I'd have to upload my driver's license, and then I also have to do that test and somehow complete it, even though it's in Chinese. So it's a little difficult. The barrier of entry is a little bit higher to join Chinese YouTube to just read comments. But I think I will do it at some point because I do really want to see what they're saying about it. And some of those Chinese videos have like millions, tens of millions of views. So yes, I do get the feedback occasionally. They'll send me emails about stuff, but yeah. Oh yeah, they kept calling my levels sandcastle levels. Yeah, I forgot about that, Drew. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I guess this is gonna be ironic then, because I have an actual sandcastle level. I don't know if they. Yeah, I don't know why they were calling it sandcastle levels. Because Google Translate would translate it as like these are all sandcastle levels, and now I'm actually making a sandcastle level. That was not my intention, but that is really funny. Yeah, I'll have to ask a Chinese person. It was like dickhead or something. I think it was just, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I can't. It might be. Maybe. Yeah, actually, the Chinese, one of the feedback things they gave me was they're like, yo, dragon level, way too hard. Like, I spent hours fighting the dragon. And then they're like, beyond the dragon, like boomerang levels, way too difficult for this heart. They're like, oh, this is like terrible. You gotta jump on these boomerangs to get up, essentially. Actually, this jump you can make without the boomerang. Hold on. I swear I'm good at my own game, I promise. Okay, I'm not. But anyways, they're like, boomerang levels too hard. And I was like, okay, China, I'm upping it. I'm doing this here. We're gonna include the dragon and the boomerang together and make it a single level. So at some point I'll finish that, and then I'll probably get a bunch of emails, angry emails about this particular level. I expect it at some point. I expect a lot of rage. I think I'm going to finish virtual Addo and then just add 2 or 3 more rooms. Sounds like a good idea. Then maybe I'm going to add extra levels, which are optional. Do the things they hate most at night. Yeah. Do the things they hate the most at once. Nice. Yep. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be really good. See, let's fix this sandcastle thing first. That's funny. Drew reminded me of the sandcastle thing. Yeah, I didn't understand what that was. So we gotta do can engage equals false. So can engage equals false. And then, or maybe it needs to be true. Can engage equals true, and then with master if place meeting xy obj washing wave, then other dot can engage equals false. And then if no animation is allowed and can engage equals true. Okay, that should solve that problem. Let's see. So we're preventing building a castle when being collided by wave. Can the player build the castle? Okay, so now we just gotta test it. So as soon as the wave comes, we're gonna try to spam E as much as possible. And see if we, oh, no, we cannot hold our position there. Okay, let's try again. Oh wait, it needs to be a fixed castle entirely. Fully built castle. Okay, we're building another castle behind that castle. Oh wait, I forgot to finish it. Okay, let's try it again. Then we gotta build it, and then we gotta, okay, yeah, we cannot, under any circumstance, get back on that. I'm reading a manhwa called Omniscient Reader, and it talks a lot about constellations and historical figures, and it really makes me want to read about all types of mythology. That's awesome. Yeah, I really liked some of the Chinese mythology stuff. If you really enjoy the manhwa, I would honestly recommend reading Journey to the West, because it is kind of like an anime, but it's like a pretty important book of Chinese literature. And it's really entertaining. It's funny. You'd be surprised. And it also gives kind of like a lot of background for some of the more mystical elements about like um, Chinese mythology, because they talk about like the gods, they talk about like the way people do things, how they like burn money to give their ancestors in like the dark realm. And it actually made me appreciate anime in a different light because I started to understand some of the mythology better and like kind of the basis. And you get some of it in glimpses of different anime and different media from across the world, but reading a book like that made it really easy and apparent. That's good to hear that you're into the mythology. I also think mythology can be a good source of inspiration as well. So that was a great title from Lucy Byer. I slept with 100 men in one day. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's true. Jazz and I, we both watch horny girl streamers. Forgot about Lucy Byer. Okay, I mean that's pretty good. We can do a water effect. We can probably do a sand effect when the sand collapses as well. Just all minor details of a couple lines of code. I think that's it. We're pretty good. And then what do I want to work on next? Can do that a little bit later. Oh, we can actually change this to pink now. I'm going to call that level done. So let's add another pink level to our belt. We'll be at 11. Oh, I got to go to the right thing here. One more pink level to the crew. Let's grab the pink. Where the hell is it? Oh, here it is. Boom. So that just needs sound. I might as well, while I'm here, just do the particle effects. There's no sense in changing gears and then doing that later. Alright, let's do particle effects. So we already have water particle effects somewhere. You think I think you should stream anything you want, Drew. I don't think it's going to be as interesting as Amanda, but I think you should stream whatever you want. I will flit in and out of it. That Amanda stream was so good. I love that it was on my Twitch recap. That just those 7 hours of you beating both games. That was really good. Are you back at home yet? Definitely make that interesting. Endgame content is very fun. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I say stream whatever you're passionate about, bro. That's what you should do. If you enjoy it. Give Jazz something to watch while we wait for Tyler. And then I can go make my food. I can watch it too. Let's have those particle effects, and then we'll call it. Let's see. So, where's the sand at? I'd stream art, but Moon 2 suffer. Are you saying you struggle with doing the art or something? Is that why? Is that why you're using the Moon 2 suffer thing? What am I doing? I'm doing the... Oh, it's in the build. That's where it's at. Okay. Sorry. I was just going to copy over the sand code is what I was going to do. Okay, so then... I don't share my art to begin with. Well... It was the first time for everything, Drew. I've gotten a lot of help from these guys in chat with my art. Especially Brent, dude. Oh my god. I'm still kicking my ass about this unmolding with the... He was like, I was working on this, and he's like, yo, you should make it so that when the wave hits the sandcastle, it unmolds it. And I was like, god damn it, Brent, you're right. Yeah, hey. It's like, Brent, you're so right. Yeah, 10%. 10%. God, it's such a good idea. And it worked good. The level's fun. It might be a little too hard for the players, but we'll see. That's another thing we got to do is adjust the difficulty of the levels. I can put that in our document as well. Well, I should actually, it should be, how do I want to word that? It's not that we're making adjust the difficulty. It's that we need to know what levels go where in what order. Consider difficulty scale. Because we have to assume the worst, that they haven't played the game in the 2.5 years since I've made an update. So, assuming that they've beaten all the content up until this point, and then starting the new content, I have to decide what order to put the levels in, based on that. Because we kind of want to get them back into the game with a couple levels. So, like, for example, the banana level, which has no death, it's just avoiding bananas, should probably be relatively first. Essentially. And things like that. So level progression or accessible level is not always the same based on how you finish it. No, so I'm just trying to keep into consideration, right? So assuming that I have players that have just got the game, beat the game, and haven't played an update for 2 years and want to jump right back in where they left off, I want to have the progression something. Yeah, the banana level is really funny. Thank you. I want the progression to be a slow, get back into it. I should have the simpler levels at the beginning and then do the harder boss levels later. Because I already know that if anybody gets the game after my update, they're going to have played through the beginning of the game. I don't have to worry about that. But for returning players, they're going to be starting at this point. So I have like 11 levels now, and I can order them in a specific way that makes sense. There's a pairing level, like these two have to be in a certain order and things like that, but I want to make sure that that's more consistent. I'm also debating on creating like a faux tutorial level again, because something I noticed with streamers is they'll come back to a game, but they won't play the tutorial again. So they forget how to play the game, and then they get frustrated. So I might do like a tutorial-based level to start that's kind of like a fake tutorial. It doesn't appear as a tutorial, but it's sort of baiting them into relearning the controls. So, because I've had streamers come back a couple times, and they don't know what they're doing. They have no fucking idea. Okay. So, Sandcastle itself. We're gonna do. So when it gets hit with the molding, that's when we're gonna do it. So do this. And then we have the check array here, so we can do var xx equals something, var yy equals something. The y is going to be the y of this plus random range. Well, it should be minus actually. And it'll be check array. And it'll be the image index of this. Okay. And this can be. This can just be x. It doesn't need to be anything else. We'll create sand particles. Create 5 to 10 of them. Random bullets x 3 fine. That's pretty good. Actually, I might we don't actually want a big distance change. Let's do. Oh. If anything, the wave's hitting it, so they should go negative. So why don't we do -1 for the H speed to like 6. So then it'll fly backwards. If that makes sense. Okay, then we're going to do water particles for the water splashing it. Oh, actually, we can do them in the same location even. We can do the same thing. We'll do water. And then I think I have SPR water particles. Why do I have 2? What does this one look like? That looks like water to me, buddy. Good. Actually, what does water particle 2 look like? Okay. Do I want to make water particle 3? No, let's just try water particle to start. And then this one we can actually do some variation. We'll do less so though. And that'll be similar. This can be negative. Well, it can be 0. It doesn't matter. Okay. And let's see what that looks like. This technically isn't, I mean, it's water, but it doesn't matter. Should just give like a little bit of a visual effect. Wrong number of arguments for function range. Random range. Yep, I did mess that up. You were correct. When you're right, you're right. Wait a minute. Yeah. Random. Game Maker doth correct me. Lest I be a mortal fool. Okay, so then this should be a particle effect for the water and the sand when the water collides with the tower. And that should be pretty good to keep that as a pink level. Let me sound that up in a couple days and we'll ship it. I gotta write some music too for the streamer level as well. Shouldn't be that hard. Boom. Okay, let's build a tower so we can get it unmolded and see. Okay, never mind. Sound collision. What? 7 out of range. Alright, we got bugs. Let's look at them. So, step event, line 51. Oh, it's over here. Okay, yeah, I get what the problem is. Yeah, I think I'm just... Maybe equals 0. I think I accidentally am setting it to -1 because I'm spamming too fast or something. I think that's what it is. I'm not sure, but it might be. We'll see if I get that again. Actually, let me try to build a tower like exceptionally fast. Okay, I don't think it'll be a problem. So water should hit this. Okay. Pretty subtle effect. Pretty good. Okay. Okay, it needs to happen for the collided tower though too. So pretty good. Like this. We'll do this, but then we're gonna do more sand, I guess, for this one. So 10, 20, and that should be good. We're gonna actually also have the X shift be wider for this. And same over here for the water. It can shift 6 pixels to the left and 6 pixels to the right because it's a big wave. Chungus wave. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, actually, is this going to be a problem? It should be and collapse equals false because we don't want that running every step and then just creating a crap ton of particles. Then we just set collapse equal to true. It plays those based on where the wave hit. And then it should be the sand tower. So we'll build a tower, and then we'll do one that's just a tower. We'll see what happens. Boom. Good. Okay, I like that. Looks good. Looks very good. Looks very good indeed. Thank you, Brent. It's a cool level. And you know what's funny is the side effect of the sand crumbling in your hands actually psychologically encourages the player to throw the sand. So they almost like inherently are guided towards building something in a way. So it ends up working pretty good. That was close. Sweet. All right, I'm happy with that. Thank you guys for coming out for stream today. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for your help, honestly, with the levels and your suggestions and the math and the trigonometry. I want to know what the built-in variable message does in GameMaker. If anybody has any idea what that does, I would like to know. Yeah, thank you guys for coming out. Thank you, Brent. Have a great rest of your day. Hopefully you get more sleep. I'm probably going to nap too. I'm going to go eat. Good luck, Jazz. Good luck, Mac, on all your guys' work. Good luck, Drew. Good luck, Bobcat, if you're still here. Good luck, Fuzzy. Good luck, Thomas. Good luck, Addo. I think that's... I'm probably missing people, but... Have a good day, guys. Take it easy. Don't work too hard. And sweet. We can go get some Super Meat from Max. Nah, sounds like a plan, dude. Honestly, yeah, let us know how it is. Maybe you can post a picture of it and tag Jazz. So I imagine the meat is probably like the outside of the horse, so it's probably striped meat. All right, guys, take it easy. I'm gonna go eat and have a good day. Don't work too hard. And wherever you are, good luck. Peace.